Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to another recording of MTG Arena. Today is Monday, February 3rd. The season ended as expected. So let's see what we get for the season rewards. 3 packs, 1,000 gold, and a cosmetic, which it's become made pretty obvious that cosmetics in this game are kind of pointless, and I guess that's true and has always been true for most games, and particularly it's been a problem for Magic for a very long time because they've specifically worked around the idea of convincing people to buy more packs of overpriced cardboard in the real world paper Magic.
The tragedy of my death has only strengthened my resolve.
By having special cosmetic versions of the cards. Now the problem here, and it's gotten bad too, is my insomnia is now kind of breaking into small sections of 2, maybe 3 hours of sleep that don't feel satisfactory at all, or fulfilling. Just very probably poor quality sleep if I was to guess. We got like 2 new cards and that was it out of 3 packs, which is gonna make it a little awkward when we have to play the draft here, which is what I think we'll be doing today. I mean, we got more copies of other cards, but what this might turn out to prove is that you don't even really need to open 50 packs. Or, particularly in Magic Arena, you might be better off not opening 50 packs at the beginning of a new expansion and getting those cards really quickly, because you're going to have to play these ranked things anyways. We need to play red or white cards. 15 wins. I have not been playing any on the weekend. I did finish Fez, and we'll talk about that, but you know, I've kind of really dropped the ball about even logging in on a daily basis and re-rolling the daily quests. So let me just be honest here. This 750 and this 750 were just flukes. I did not log in over the weekend to Magic at all, as far as I remember, amongst the many 4-hour naps and then maybe 4 to 12 hours of being awake and then another 4-hour nap and then maybe 4 to 12 hours. It's probably closer to a 4-hour nap, 16 hours of being awake, another 4-hour nap, another 16 hours, something closer to that equates to well below 8 hours a day. And yeah, I've certainly not been feeling particularly good over the weekend. So we have 2 Theros things here. This one ends. This would cost 500, and this would give us cards and gold. And see, this is a constructed deck that isn't guaranteeing any level of rarity on cards. So you play this, you get maybe 600 gold if you get 4 wins, and I don't think you open packs here. You bring a deck and play games using cards only from Theros Beyond Death. So this is kind of more of a themed concept that doesn't make sense. And you take note here that now that Theros Beyond Death is in active mode, all of the ones that are being recommended are Theros. Even here, there is nothing here that is not Theros related. There probably are some player modes over here that aren't Theros related, but yeah, just kind of historic, and that's kind of it. So the sealed Theros Beyond Death would cost 2,000 gems. We need gems like crazy. So this wouldn't be a smart move, because you'd have to win 7 wins out of 3 losses. And this opens 6 14 pack cards. So I think the one we're looking for here is ranked. And I think we may do some craziness here. We may just play this once today, and then on Wednesday we may just play this again, and on Friday we may just play it again. We may use for like an entirety of a week this as an option to kind of help us get more cards, but more importantly get more gems. Because if we were going to get 3,000 gems, we'd basically have to get 7 wins before we get 3 before we got, like, we would basically have to get 7 wins 3 times to get enough to be able to afford the next mastery thing, which isn't anytime soon. Yeah, we still have at least 2.5 months until the next expansion. And I've heard talk on some of the Magic YouTubers that the release schedule itself is probably too accelerated, and that Theros hasn't been selling particularly well anyways. So let's go ahead and just jump in here. By the way, I did install, like, reinstall the overlay. So while we're here, let's see if I can click this. Will that work? No, I don't think that is going to work. I just reinstalled the untapped overlay again, but I don't have it set up in the way that it seems like you can see the percentages that it's telling me. So what you're seeing is just the cards. What I'm seeing is a thin bar here that's really too small for me to see, that tells me a number of, like, quality. So this one is a 3.0, and it says I've collected 0.04. So are we going to rare draft, or are we going to just try to get the best cards? In this first pick, I don't think it's particularly too much of a challenge anyways, because this is a really good commander card that I only have 2 copies of, and I believe this is 3.0 compared to this being 3.0, so I'm going to take that. That was an easy choice. These all won't be easy choices. This says 3.0, and we're going to have to learn to play 3 colors. Interesting. Now that I'm hovering over this, I'm also getting some new overlays by reinstalling that. Untapped. So this is a bad card that we are missing 1. This is a bad card that we're missing 1. They gray out if you have 4 copies of it. I only have 1 of these, but it's a bad card. The right card is almost certainly to get this, and I have 3 copies of that already, which means that I'm taking really strong cards, and then I'm gonna have to bend over backwards to merge red, green, and white, which seems like it's unlikely to happen. Honestly, I kind of feel like I could probably only rare draft 1. Like I can really only rare draft 1 more time, and then it's just gonna get ridiculous. This says it's a bad card unless you have an aura card that goes with it. So, and this says this has a bad card, and unless I guess you have a high devotion to green. I don't know. It's just puts 2 numbers there. Well, going blue wouldn't make a lot of sense, so let's do that. We only have one copy of this card, and this is a good card. I don't know if we even really need 4 copies of commander cards, even if we were going to play them. We only have 1 copy of that card also, and 2 copies of this card. So this is the best choice. But take note, I'm not spending a lot of time looking at these cards. I only have 1 copy of this. I have 1 copy of this. I only have 2 copies of that. 3 copies of that. 2 copies of that. 2 copies of that. 3 copies of that. Yeah, I think we're going green and white, so I'm gonna take that. 1. Let's see, we already have 4 copies of this, but it's a pretty good card. I have 3 copies of this. Or I could go with this, which I have 2 copies of. And yeah, there's definitely something here to take from this, is that you really can't rare draft too often before you have the entire expansion, and it does kind of open the door back to this thought that wasn't really occurring to me, that what I will kind of quickly need is a draft of the older expansions. And I imagine in Paper Magic that would be insane. That would just be something that would never happen. It would be really, really expensive if you're buying into a tournament for like a really, really old expansion. Maybe right now you could get into a draft fairly cheaply for Throne of Eldraine, but anything else, and anything else I think would be laughably unrealistic to believe you'd ever get. And I of course would have no way to actually rare draft in the real world, like, because I would have to memorize all the cards that I have. Let's see, this is 1.5, this is 1.8. This is the best card, but it's blue. This is a black card. I mean, I suppose Field of Ruin, another copy of that, might help later on. Otherwise, we just take a colorless card here, and then we're trying to actually win the draft. I'm gonna take Field of Ruin. Then only have 1 copy of this, so I think that's what we'll take. We're kind of scraping the bottom of the barrel right now. Or we could take another copy of this. Just take that. And then of these 3 cards, this is the only one I don't have 4 copies of. And then of these 2, this is the better one that I don't have a copy of. And then of these 2, this is the only one I don't have a copy of. And then this is just going to be an extra. And we're on the next pack. So, here we have a commander that's very highly rated, and it's a commander, so it's probably a rare card. We already have 4 of those. Only have 1 of those. Yeah, I can definitely feel like there's not as much variety here as it would have seemed an expansion would have had. It's a little odd feeling. I don't think I own any copies of this. Does that matter? I mean, it's not a... It's as good maybe as this card. Just because we don't have it, I'll take it. And then, let's see, we were doing green and blue was what we were really trying to play here. I have 3 of those, I have 2 of those. That's probably the right one to pick. Looking at the other cards, just making sure I have at least 1 copy of everything, so I can at least try the cards. Although I don't know if you really benefit as much as you would think from having a copy of everything. Let's see. Just gives lifelink to a card. It's probably not worth it. Let's see. Can't block. Escapes from the underworld with 2 chargers to be a 5/5. That probably wouldn't be a bad card for my deck. So do I want a 2 colorless, a bad card, or this blue card? This blue card's better. Okay. Then we have this blue card, which we have 3 copies of. Or this. Or this. I think this is labeled as a better card. So this is the one I should take. And I guess in the long run, getting stronger cards makes sense, because that means I could make stronger decks. Alright, so let's see, we can take, we have only 1 copy of that, or we could get the 4th copy of this, or the 3rd copy of this, or 2nd copy of this, a 3rd copy of this. Think it's telling me that the best option at the moment would be to take this one, but I mean, where are we going with this? Green or blue, or yeah, green, blue, and red, it feels like. So I'm gonna take this one, play it a little bit differently. Yeah, at a certain point we are just going to have to hit a level of just playing these drafts just to win, and knowing that most of the cards are going to end up as draft trash. See, it says this card would be the best one, but I only have 4 copies of that, so it would be between this one or this one, I think. Or I could take that one, but yeah, I'll take this. And then, let's see, we have this one, which is a 2.5, or this is a 3.5, but I already have 4 copies of it. This is a 2.5, and this is a 2.5, and I have some more copies. Yeah, I'm going around in circles here with 4 different colors. There's no way I can really play a deck with 4 different colors. I could get another copy of that. That's 1.5. I could get that. That's a 2.0. Or I could get another 2.5 here. I'm gonna take that one, and then I can get any of these cards, none of which are very highly rated. So I'm gonna, I guess, go with this one, and then I could take this. I already have 4 of those. I already have 4 of those. Or I could take this, which I only have 2 of. Now they say this isn't very good. So I'm going to take this. And then let's see. I have 3 out of 4 of this. That's a pretty bad card. Or I can take this. I already have 4 out of 4. Plus I'm not playing black anyway, so just take that. And then take that again. And then take that. Moving on. So obviously we take this. Like, we really don't even have to look any further than that. I have 3 copies of this. I have 1 copy of this. So we kind of don't need to agonize on these other cards. We take that first. This is a really good card, it says, and we have only 1 copy of it. So I doubt there's going to be anything up for offer that's better than that. So I don't know if this is an epic rarity or what, but that's a 4.0 according to the overlay, which is really my only source of information, because I'm certainly not going to sit here and read and contemplate. That's way too much time. It takes way too long doing this, even with the assistance, which again boils back to the problem of, I'm going to take this one, I think. Yeah, although this one's more powerful. Let's see. Well, I guess I can take this one. Yep. There is this problem that keeps happening, where Magic wants to be this lifestyle game where you're spending hours and hours a day playing it, and that's just not realistic for most people, and it's not really realistic to me. I kind of, since this is a bot game, I wouldn't be upset if the game just said, why don't we just auto draft for you? Why don't we just give you a random deck and not have you do the picking part? Or if that just ruins the draft experience too much, they could at the very least do us some favors and speed up this process by quite a lot. I only have 1 of these, and this is a 1.5. Or I can get this, which is a 2.5, which I have 2 of, which I probably need to get that. And then, let's see. This is a pretty bad one, but I probably should maybe think about taking it. Or I can take this, which I only have 1 copy of, and that's a 2.0. This is a 2.5. I could take 1 more of those. So let's do that. Let's see, this is a 1.5. This one is a 1.0. I have 2 copies of this one. I have 2 copies of that one. I have 2 copies of this one, and this is, I think, a 3.0, so we'll take that. This is a 2.5, and that's probably what we're going to take. Or I could take this. Think in drafting, because you have that bigger aspect of randomness, that you probably are better just taking a lot more characters than you think you need. Well, this obviously is a 3.5, and I only have 1 copy of that, so this one's an easy choice. Alright, and then I have 3 copies of this, 3 copies of this, and 2 copies of this, which this is the highest rated card. So I'm going to take it, even though it's a black card. I have 3 copies of this, and 3 copies of this. So this is a 1.5 and this is a 2.5. So which would help me more? Probably the green one. And then I could get another Field of Ruin, or I could get this card. Let's just take that card. And then I can either get this or this, which I'll take that, and then I have to take that. So if we start here, we can see we have only one black card, so it's easy enough to get rid of that. And then that breaks our cards down to just this. Now, let's see. Destroy a target non-basic land your opponent controls. Each player searches the library for a basic land and puts it in the battlefield, then shuffles. I mean, we can do that, certainly. So now it just becomes, do we need reds or is it just green and blue? I think we just get rid of the reds. And I've heard the trick here is to have 40 cards and only 40 cards. Why am I taking all the blues out? Isn't I taking the reds out? Jeez, I'm not paying attention already. That is a bad portent of things to come if I can't even build the deck correctly. Let's see. Which means this also has to go. And that has to go. And this has to go. And we're now green and blue and some whites. So, do we want to keep the whites? Probably not. We should get rid of that. And get rid of that. And then that gets us down to just green and blue and some land and some colors. And we have 15 creatures out of 40, 4 instants, 2 sorceries, 9 enchantments, and 17 lands. As for creatures, seems to be a decent curve there. It says average is a 3.0, so I don't know what that particularly means, unless that's the cost is 3.0 mana. Which, ooh, wouldn't that be crazy if I've been selecting cards and the numbers I've been seeing are the cost, not the rarity or value of them? Then why would I be seeing 2.5s? Or why would I be seeing a 2.8? I'll have to keep an eye on that next time I do a draft. So, the thing I haven't done here is looked at these cards. Really. So, I could be setting myself up for failure fairly well by simply not playing like a green and red deck or anything like that. I also need one more card to go away. So let's see. Enchantments. How many enchantments do we have? 9. So there is a decent amount of these. So target enchantment on the bottom of an owner's library might be worth getting rid of one of those to get down to 40. And the rest of these, I think, are gonna be as good as they get, frankly. Like, having rare drafted here, having specifically decided to fill in the collection a lot more and a lot easier than just opening random packs. Now, I still think people would like the pack opening videos, and to my surprise, I am literally just being surprised at this point every time I get a new subscriber on YouTube. I got yet another subscriber, which maybe that means I'm gaining some momentum out of a lull that happened during the Christmas, like, winter months. That's reasonable to suspect. So this is an artifact, which doesn't seem like it's something we could destroy immediately. So, easiest thing to do would be to start here. Whenever a land card is put into your graveyard from anywhere, you gain 1 life. And that's a 2/2. So that's... Let's see. An X would be a devotion of blue, so this would be -1, -0 when I put this on the field. Okay. So this enters the field, draws a card. So let's go ahead and attack. I think we're doing good. So we just want to build up our devotion to blue, which now would be 2, which would be fine if I was going to try and attack with both of them, although I'm not sure that's really necessary. Now I have to remember that anything I click now is going to be a discard. So this is the one to get rid of. This looks like a new background. I don't recognize this one. Anyways, as I was saying, I think that there is a good chance that we will still have pack opening videos, but I wouldn't be surprised if I bring it down to like a much easier level, something like 30 packs instead of 50 packs. It doesn't inherently have to be a round number. Let's see. Alright, now I'm gonna, at the risk of messing this up, see how this works. Nope, the overlay still doesn't seem like that's working. Let's see what happens when we do this though. Nope, still not working. Although if I turn this on and then click here, does that do anything? Nope. Let's turn off the filters on it and see if that did anything. Nope. So apologies for all the black boxes, but this is basically the process of trying to get these overlay softwares just to record and show up on the OBS software, and it's gonna take more work, and I'll have to work on it off screen. But there is, right now, I've turned it on, a overlay here that is showing me all the cards, which probably won't help me too much. I can hover over it and it's popping up the cards so I could see them. That being said, if I right click, nothing happens, and the pop-up isn't very big. Alright, let's see. Can't block that. Oh, these guys are gonna do some big damage to me. Okay. Play this. This guy has vigilance. Can I play this and this? I don't think I can. Okay. So I'm just gonna attack, and he'll defend with one, but that'll open the door to me doing a bunch of damage. And kill one of my characters. But now he's playing a bunch of things. Oh, this makes spells cheaper, so if I had left 2 mana, I could have played both of these. And I could have reduced this guy's attack. Yeah. Come to think of it, that would have been helpful. Okay. Play this. Play this. Reduce his attack. So he's at -2, and that means we can attack with this. We'll keep that one, actually, as a blocker. We'll attack with this one, and this one. I don't know if I did that right. Actually, I don't think I did do that right, because I don't know if I'm gonna have enough blockers. Like, I'm pushing way too hard. I just turned off the deck overlay because if nobody can see it, there's no point. It's not gonna help me any, really. So as far as the accountability section, 2 things that affect YouTube. I put new light bulbs in my ceiling fan, which were daylight bulbs. Maybe I would suggest not getting LED equivalents of 60 watt daylight bulbs, particularly when you have a TV that's set on a wall that's pretty high up, because now these bulbs are not particularly dimmable enough that they're not putting a major reflection on my monitor when that TV is when the light is on. Well, here's the problem. Yeah, I've lost. Is there any way I haven't lost here? Not really. Maybe if I blocked this several turns before. But, and maybe I have a daily goal that would have been better for me to actually to block that way and kill one creature. The other thing that happened is I finished Fez. Fez just has no story in it. It is a problem, to say the least. It also has a lot of nostalgia for The Legend of Zelda and Tetris, but pieces, I suppose. But it kind of doesn't do anything new or special with that idea. It just kind of says, hey, here's a thing that you probably remember. It's just member berries is, I think, the phrase. Seems like I could play this. Alright. Is this an instant? Yes it is, so let's just attack and see if he wants to block. Let's see. Even if this card would work to destroy this card, it's not probably the right card to play. He's just got all the fancy cards, the computer does, all the fancy lands. That's a creature. So there's nothing I want to resolve there. And Fez is a weird game. It's a very weird game in the fact that Phil Fish is the creator of it, and he apparently pissed off a lot of people, both on the pro and anti-Gamergate side, but just pissed off people in general on Twitter, and then left the video game industry seemingly forever. I guess we can do this. Just put things into the graveyard. That's probably not what you want to do when you're playing this style of Magic, because you only have 40 cards to start with. It also has some weirdness in the fact that it seems like Benet Fani, and I think probably a lot of other game creators who were highlighted in Indie Game the Movie, it seems like that was a pretty tight-knit group of people. So Benet Fadi seemed to kind of test the game, and Zoe Quinn, one of the major female characters, if not the major female characters from Gamergate, also tested the game. And so it's kind of not surprising that Phil Fish would have defended Zoe Quinn at some point and then gained the ire of pro Gamergaters back in the day because of that. Or trolls pretending to be pro Gamergaters, however you want to divide that. But the game itself, if you ignore all that, definitely has more problems. because every single room in Fez is its own pretty much independent puzzle room that doesn't do a lot to make you feel like there's a connected idea there. Like you're not really learning a solution that then is foundational and is reused. You learn some basic things that are foundational. You learn the crazy numbering system. You learn the crazy lettering system, and you learn the let's see. I think I just want to play this. Yeah. And then discard a card and get life back. And then the movement system is foundational. You use the movement system in a lot of places. But then Fez has a new game plus mode after you beat it the first time that gives you first person's perspective that you have to have had. So if you were trying to 100% the game in the first play, it's impossible. It's literally impossible. Most people would not be able to 100% the game without looking up solutions, and I seriously doubt anybody actually beats the game without getting help from somebody else at some point, because there's just some abstract craziness that goes on there. There's one level that is oddly difficult, which is a timed platform jumping level. But the good news is, even though the game doesn't tell you this, at any point you can just press up 4 times and then hold A, and you will fly. So you can just fly to the top of it with no penalty whatsoever. But there's this whole language that you would have had to figure out based on one room called the Rosetta Stone room, where there's a pillar that says the quick brown fox jumped over the lazy dog, and there's a brown fox and jumping over a dog in that room. I don't even remember being in that room, and that really isn't enough information to just assume that people would get that and be able to translate the entire language. You need to be able to translate the entire language to really do anything further. And when you prove that you figured out the puzzle and translated the language once, the game fails miserably, and this is the worst part of the game, really, to give you any kind of feedback or help at that point. I compared it to a lot of the hidden object games. In a hidden object game, you might have to do a puzzle where you take a torn piece of paper and you put it all together, and at the end of doing that mini game, you have the recompiled, the put back together letter that was torn up, or piece of paper that was torn up. In Fez, you don't get that. You don't get anything that says you now understand 5% of the zoo language, which is the name of the language. Apparently it says that somewhere. There's so much of it written all over the place and spoken by an entire village, and you just have to pull out pen and paper to solve that stuff. There's no other way for you to have that happen. Now, these constellations are just whenever an enchantment enters. So if you're playing multiple cards of the style, you're kind of fine. So whenever I get around to playing this enchantment, or this enchantment. Let's see. So this is going to do 1 damage to that. That didn't really do anything. But I will attack here. And that's it. He'll just block. No, I probably shouldn't attack, actually. On second thought. If I don't start playing better, I'm gonna be out of this draft before I can even get a single win, let alone 7 wins. And I really do need the gems, so like this might be the new thing, is that we're just gonna start not rare drafting, but drafting for real just to win, and playing drafts almost every day is a possibility, or at least once, maybe even twice a week. So yeah, I feel like Fez would have been way helpful, particularly in the new Game Plus mode, to have done us the favor of simply automatically translating the text after a while, or having it as an option. Instead, what they give you after you beat New Game Plus, with maybe with 100%, is a pointless stereoscopic mode where you'd have to put on red and green glasses, and it drains all the color out of the imagery at that point. So yeah, that's no good. And it's a useless ability. The first person perspective, it only is there to solve some puzzles that you can't solve at first. Both endings that you get, the less than 100% ending and then the New Game Plus ending, or with 100%, which is the 2 endings I saw. I wouldn't be surprised if there are some other endings, but both of those endings literally tell you no story. They don't mean anything. They don't tell you anything. They're not satisfactory. It's really, really bad as far as telling story, and that. When you compare it to something like The Witness, which really doesn't tell you much of a story either, I would still say The Witness, it was way bigger because it had more puzzles. It was way better because it was a open world 3D environment instead of yep, last chance to get a victory here. And since these are bots, I don't think we're just going to get quick concedes or anything like that. It'd be nice, but that's not likely to happen. Okay. I don't think I have quite enough land. Which that doesn't really make sense, because they told me how much land. I did not change the default land at all. Well, all I can do is put this on the field and hope it can start doing damage. But this character, this is not a very good card by any means. Yeah, I cannot really do anything now. And this doesn't have reach, and this does have reach, so it can block that, I think, but that's about it. Until I get either something that requires not that much more, or mana, or we get a new card. I was set there to potentially lose very quickly. So yeah, I liked the puzzles alright, but then it got very frustrating that they were both kind of varied and unconnected to the other puzzles, unlike The Witness, where all those puzzles were foundational and connected to each other. at least in every section of the game. And at the end, when you're at the final boss section of the game, you really would have had to have understood most of those concepts to a certain level. Puts the top 2 cards of the library into the graveyard. So whenever put a 1/1 counter on the target creature, that creature has flying until the end of the turn. Well, I guess I could have put a 1/1 counter on this guy too. So do we choose to attack here? I mean, I guess we might as well. Because that does 2 damage to them, and then this will do 1 damage. Although, in all fairness, if I had put a 1/1 counter on this and given it flying, that would have probably even been cooler. So, discard your cards, and then this one is the one we want to put the 1/1 flying on. And then attack with this, and then stick with everything else. So, oh, we got somebody on the chat. Level by Level Gaming, say hey RD. Hi, Level by Level Gaming. Yep. Fez, to kind of wrap it up there, and then we'll start going on the news. Not terrible, but certainly very forgettable, being an 8-year-old game that looks like a Roblox clone that has a lot of baggage around it and isn't going to have a sequel, because the creator is rage quit the industry effectively. It's something that if you get cheap and play, it's fine, but nowhere near the amount of hype that it got did it really deserve in retrospect. There we go. That should work well unless he plays some kind of spell, which is a decent chance he does. I would say it was better than Ukulele, and with that thought, there is also something worth mentioning that I've decided to no longer follow on YouTube the Completionist YouTube channel, because his opinions on Ukulele were kind of just a final nail in the coffin. He every time he reviews a game, he's like just a little too positive on everything he reviews, and his opinions just kind of don't line up with mine. So not in a way that I find him would be helpful. I mean, if he had the exact opposite opinions of mine consistently, then maybe I could still use him as a source of reviews, but he doesn't review enough games anyway, so yeah, I unsubbed from him. Not really out of rage or anything, like just his Ukulele review in particular. He spent the major first half kind of chiding reviewers who got early access copies that then complained that the early access copies had bugs and glitches in it that were patched by the time the game was released. That's the fault of the game creator, essentially. And he said, like, the final boss battle was nowhere near as hard as Banjo-Kazooie's boss battles, which maybe that's true. That doesn't really mean anything to me as somebody who hasn't played a Banjo-Kazooie game. Okay, what do we want to do? Do that. That's -5. And then attack with this, this, and this. Shouldn't have attacked with that one. But he may be too afraid to attack now because he's got only 2 health left. Although this is a bot we're playing also, so fear may not be a factor. Let's see. Level by Level Gaming says, when I go to the public library, there's always several kids who don't have PCs in their homes playing Roblox on the public PCs. Yeah, it does seem to be fairly popular. It was like the main game that was filling up YouTube's gaming trending tab for most of 2019, and still probably is filling up half of the YouTube gaming trending tab. I honestly don't know why people like Roblox. It really seems like it's just the next generation's Minecraft, and maybe that's the real reason. And either that, or there's just a lot of YouTubers that are playing it, and YouTubers are probably driving a lot of desire to play games, more than they should be, having more influence than they probably should have. Let's see. I want to play that. Can't play that. Let's start with that. But yeah, Roblox doesn't actually seem like it's a game that anybody would want to play. It just exists. And yeah, I could certainly see that kids also maybe don't want to play the game. That maybe they don't want to play the game that their older siblings are playing. They want to be different. And we see that with things like Snapchat and TikTok and all of those things. When kids get into those apps, which they probably shouldn't be using at all, very quickly, in 2 or 3 years at most, they've moved on to the next thing. It's very fad based. I imagine if there is a case where kids have older siblings that played Minecraft and loved Minecraft, that they may think that game is old from their perspective, which would be a very limited perspective, of course. But yeah, definitely doesn't seem like a game I would ever bother to try and cover. Although every now and then I do get back into Minecraft. That's mostly the mods. Yeah, Level by Level Gaming says I don't get it either. Yep. The sad truth is that it very well may just be the YouTube algorithm. It's not even really a matter of individual YouTubers being very popular and convincing kids to play Roblox. It could just be that the algorithm of YouTube itself, let's see, exile 2 cards from graveyards. Do any of these have escape? We can exile that one for sure. And then let's exile that one too. Yeah. Let's see. I feel like I need this on the field just so I can do some damage. Because if we can do like 3 damage before these guys can do anything else, that would be great. So then that brings me to my Twitter feed. Let's let me just bring that up and go through my Twitter feed and see what new games have come out since I started streaming. A bunch of Flash games were saved. I saw that article. And the game Mirror, the adult lewd game on Steam that was one of the best sellers last year. Apparently they're doing a special, seems to be Chinese only giveaway for people who are being affected by the coronavirus. Not specifically that you have to have the coronavirus, but you're in China and thus you have nothing better to do with your life as you're basically in quarantine and lockdown. As I understand it, they had to label one family member that could go to the grocery store once a week in the Hunan area, and everybody else has to stay inside their house. So the makers of that adult game Mirror are giving away copies of that adult game, which like, okay. It's always funny when you have like a pornographic company trying to do some good, because you know it always feels like they're just trying to get in the good graces of people who probably would never give them any credit anyways. But yeah, another instance of that. Turn target creature or land from your graveyard to your hand. Let's see. Apparently I can't do this one because it's not a creature. So do we want a 2/2 with flying? I think so. And I'll do this. And we'll attack here. As for things I don't have articles up to show though, I think that's pretty much it. That I remember just off the top of my head. I suppose the story is still somewhat continuing. That the Warcraft 3 Reforged is, I think, down as last time I heard 0.5 on Metacritic. People not really happy about that. It also seems like Activision Blizzard now is doing automated refunds and allowing automated refunds for the game. So the initial panic efforts, I assume, to make it difficult or impossible to get refunds seems to have been reversed. I think the thing that they were going to quickly realize is that if you irritate people enough, they are going to instead do reversals on their credit cards, and you don't want chargebacks on credit cards for monthly services. Sure, that very well may end up with Activision Blizzard banning your entire account and any accounts associated with that credit card. But if you're already pissed off at Activision Blizzard and you're not going to play any of their games anymore anyways, that is as fine of a way to rage quit as anything else. It's a pain in the butt to do, but it is a valid option. And maybe your bank won't approve the chargeback, but it's a pain in the butt both directions. And if the customer service for Blizzard is as terrible as it sounds like it is, doing a chargeback very well may be less of a frustration than dealing with them. I would go right now, since it seems like there are automated refunds, I would try the automated refunds first. And basically, generally speaking now, the Activision Blizzard that exists now and the Blizzard that exists now is not the Blizzard of the past. It's just time to move forward. There's really no other way to say it. Find different games, move on to Torchlight, or I don't know if there's too many Warcraft-like games out there where you play as orcs, but there's probably a Warhammer game, non-20k version out there that might be worth looking into. Let's see. Is this an instant? Yes. So can I play this and do anything else? This is an enchantment, this is an enchantment, this is an enchantment. This card wouldn't even help. So, I need this on the field. And then I kind of can't attack. So, yeah. The Warcraft story's still kind of going on, and the Activision Blizzard story in general will just keep on going on. People are not happy with them and aren't going to be happy with them. Okay. So then the question becomes, how many blocks do I want to do? Do I want to let one through? Or do I want to throw 5 here and defeat this guy and then have 6 that way? I guess my only real option is this. Yeah, I'm about to lose so much for this draft. Alright, so the counter is reset for adult games on Steam. Seems like they probably... The thing that I probably was missing was just the Lunar New Year and maybe the coronavirus a little bit. So we have this game on Steam called Gaijin Troubles, which I guess maybe the character that's not being shown is a foreigner of some sort. I mean, and these are supposed to be Japanese girls. This looks kind of like a Yandere Simulator style game without perhaps a crazy girl that is murdering people, but instead just a regular troublemaker fighting other troublemakers. 1/1 on target creature. I mean, I can do that, but that's not gonna save me. Yeah, I'm about to lose. So Gaijin's Troubles is early access. It's $7.99 discounted, and it's English with subtitles. So I'll put this on the follow list, but much like Yandere Simulator, very possible that there's nothing really here. That this really is mostly just an asset flip of maybe a dozen anime girl models that very well are not being created or made by the creator with no real gameplay system. It does seem, as I'm watching the video, like you're just kind of running around and kicking people, and that's kind of it. Well, also you can pick up umbrellas and beat people that way, so a 3D beat 'em up in a Japanese school It seems like the character you're playing isn't always off screen. It's like a black-haired girl that I don't know if it looks really any different than any of the like prevent all damage that would be dealt from this turn except enchanted creatures or enchantment creatures, which I don't think will change anything. So yeah, we're back to getting adult games on Steam. Maybe it was nobody was releasing a game from Japan because of Lunar New Year. That would kind of make more sense, because it seems like some of these releases are, even though they seem to be haphazardly approved, they do seem to have sometimes a long tail as far as when they're actually approved. Do we have anything here that would save the day? You do one block here, and then you would have to do a block here, and then you'd have to do a block here, and that still probably is not going to save us. Like, almost certainly, because this is going to do 2 and this is going to do 4. I really wish Steam was more consistent. If they just said every Friday, every 2 weeks, without fail, that's when adult games were going to be approved and allowed. If they said every Friday, every week, without fail, if they said the first Friday of a week, or the last Friday of the first Friday of a month, or the last Friday of a month, if there was any word whatsoever as to any kind of schedule, it certainly wouldn't leave this air of uncertainty that I'm constantly living under. That doesn't help anything, certainly, because it does seem like they are just too random. And since it's fairly obvious they are following a system, why not just say that's the system and have a special sale like the first Friday every month or maybe not a special sale because these are brand new games, but maybe you put out a tweet going, hey, here's all the adult games that got released this week. Although limiting it to a specific day, which seems like what they are doing, does probably hurt sales, and it is this extra burden that most other game developers don't have to put up with, because other asset flip low effort developers of games are able to put their games out in the dozens per publisher any day they choose, it seems. Alright, well, that was awful. Just awful. 3 losses. We got 100 gems for that and 1 pack. Like, at this point I need just like a pity prize. That was bad. So I spent 5,000 gold to get 100 gems in 1 pack. And we got a Throne of Eldraine pack because we went up in the mastery level, so don't count that as a reward. And this is the only new card for Throne of Eldraine, which isn't super surprising. I think people who play Paper Magic in particular have this issue where a lot of them are playing Commander, or a lot of them are playing Pioneer, or a lot of them are playing Historic. I think mostly they're playing Pioneer right now, which kind of inherently means that they're never playing Standard regardless of the state of Standard. at any one time. Like, nobody seems to really want to do that. We got 4 copies of this, 2 copies of this, 2 copies of this, 2 copies of this, 2 copies of this, 4 copies of that. But Opt, I already had like 4 copies of the older version of Opt, so this is just 4 copies of the Theros Beyond Death version of Opt, which is, so that's just a reprint. 4 copies of this, 2 copies of this, 3 copies of this, 2 copies of that, 2 copies of that, 4 copies of that. We've got a bunch of copies here. Still missing 1 here. Missing 2 here. Got some extra copies of these. Now I have 4 copies of this. Not that I'm really going to play all these cards, or any of these cards, really. Maybe they will help. This might help make a Satyr deck, which might be interesting, but I'm not sure. So rare drafting, while filling in the gaps, seems fun at the moment. It is really wrapping yourself up in an OCD mentality. Getting a second copy of this was pretty good, I assume. And that OCD mentality is just, I want 100% completionist collection of the cards, and that's very well not the way to really play, considering how a significant amount of the cards are not worth playing. Like, we're learning that very fast as I'm playing the cards and testing them out. So we are down now to, there's 12 per page, so that's 12, 24, 27 cards that we just don't have. No, wait, not 24. The 39 cards that we don't have for at all, just no copies whatsoever. Whereas if I was going to try and look at the cards I do have at least 1 copy of, but there's no filter here for something like missing. So there's no way, as far as I can tell, to see just the ones that you don't have 4 copies of. But as you kind of cycle through this, it's fairly easy to see that there are quite a lot of cards that I don't have 4 copies of. But do I really need them at all? This is maybe something to think about. The rare lands. And this is kind of a problem specifically with playing a digital version of this game, is that you really don't have a way of sharing a deck. Like, there's no way here to, I guess you can export it. Let's see, what does that do? To your clipboard, and then you could go to some third-party site, and then people could give you suggestions on the deck you've built. You could try to make a very large deck with 250 cards to show your entire collection, but that's not very helpful. The untapped.gg profile, as far as I can tell, still does not really have anything that would let you pull off any suggested decks based on knowing what cards you have, where the Hearthstone overlay, Hearthsim, I think was the name of that one, totally, that website had that, and they could tell you the top meta decks to play and the closest kind of deck you could play based on what you have. So yeah, looking at this deck very briefly here, I don't think there's anything new I would want to add, and I didn't really pay enough attention to the new cards that we got. So, like, I got a bunch of green cards, so in theory there should be a bunch of new green cards to consider putting into this deck. But honestly, it probably should just be a full deck rebuild yet again, and I definitely don't have time for that. So what are we trying to do here? Red or white spells, we've cast none after that draft. And we have regular play or standard ranked. That seems different. Like, play, standard rank, traditional standard play, traditional standard rank. Feels like they've gotten rid of traditional standard play as even a suggested one. Alright, so we need to take this white deck and again just experiment with the newer white cards and play 30 of them. Once we're done with that, then we need to go into constructed and actually win games and work our way back up to the ranked constructed play. I think the major problem in particular with the deck I played in that draft was the amount of land, because of the 3 games I played, none of them had 3 lands, and I hear from people that you should have 3 or 4 lands on your first turn, and that's definitely not it. Level by Level Gaming asks an interesting question. How do you feel like you perform in the ranking here versus Hearthstone? In all honesty, I think I do better in Magic Arena ranking wise, because you seem to not run into people that know how to play Magic the Gathering at all until you are at Gold Tier 1. So there's 2 tiers that below that I think have 5 sub tiers that you have to get up before you get to gold. But what happens at that point is kind of the same thing that would happen in Magic, where once you start running into the people that do know how to play, they really know how to play Magic, and they will defeat you pretty badly. I would also say just being able to move to Magic where it's kind of been in beta, and so there's only like maybe 2 years at this point in which Magic Arena has existed. You only really have 2 years worth of cards, and as much as I hate it, and I imagine most people hate it, the fact that they've already taken most of the first year's worth of cards out of standard play keeps the game a much more level playing field than what Hearthstone was, where Hearthstone kind of had quite a lot of cards, even if you're just playing standard instead of wild. So yeah, I think the experience is better. I found a deck that I like, I think, a lot faster in Magic than I did in Hearthstone. I spent considerably less time playing the basic default decks that the game came with, which there's something to that, certainly. Also, what? How is this tilted? This has vigilance, first strike, and mentor. How did it get tilted? I have no idea. So, yeah, I really only spent maybe a month at most playing the default decks that Magic starts with, and then fairly quickly got so many more cards that it totally made sense to make your own decks. I think Magic Arena encourages you to build and rebuild and rethink your decks way more than Hearthstone does. Like Magic in general has like this weird, I would say, 3-point triangle of what you're actually doing when you're playing Magic, because it seems like sometimes you're playing the game and enjoying that, sometimes you're looking at your cards and building your decks and enjoying that, and sometimes you're just buying cards and playing the stock market and doing a financial metagame, whereas Hearthstone has no financial metagame because you can't sell the cards, for better or worse. And Hearthstone doesn't really have much of the looking at the cards and building a better deck, because it very quickly just all devolved into follow online these pre-built decks or you're going to lose. I've yet to see a lack of variety in Magic Arena like we saw in Hearthstone, where it was just the constant saying, what was that card? Shudderwick card? Just people playing Shudderwick over and over again for 2 or 3 months. It's just half of the games you were playing were all playing against Shudderwick. Whereas you get a lot more variety, it seems, here. So, yeah, I'm just because it's fresh and new is a lot of the reason why I'm enjoying Magic more than Hearthstone. But also, I think there is a small bit of credit due in the fact that Wizards of the Coast, having been built Magic the Gathering for so long, kind of know what they're doing and test their game and think about their game a little bit more than Hearthstone was. That being said, I would say Hearthstone and Yu-Gi-Oh! and even Pokemon, the trading card game, every single collectible card game that came out after Wizards, after Magic the Gathering came out, had some innovations to speed up the game and improve it that you'd like to see retroactively added to Magic, but you can't really do it. The thought that cards have toughness instead of health is insane and makes the game really long. The thought that you have to have land cards in your deck is crazy when you see how Hearthstone just gives you a gem every turn, so that there's a lot less of waiting and a lot less instances of being just low on mana to cast a card that you might have in your hand. So my suggestion for Magic would be to create a new play style, take 15 land cards and make a land deck separate. Every turn you take that shuffled deck, you turn over one land card and play it automatically. So then you remove those 15 cards from a standard 60 deck. So you would never draw a land card. And I would probably still keep a 60 card deck at that point, because I think that probably still is another issue, that there definitely are enough cards nowadays where if you had 15 more varied cards, it might be entertaining. Although that may just make the card a little too the game a little too long. Let's see. I'll get rid of that, I guess, and I need this guy to be buffed up a lot more for him to be useful. And the fact that he was able to play this shows I dropped the ball somewhere in this experimental deck. But yeah, getting rid of toughness is an easy solution, because a 9/9 here, for instance, if I could in this turn block it with both of these and get it down to a 9/5, and then at the next turn play some huge spell that would potentially do 5 more damage to it. That's much more reasonable than having a creature that's a 9/9 that's just going to automatically refill its life to 9. Refill its toughness to 9. It slows down the experience quite a bit, and they sort of tried to do that. They just really weren't capable of doing it, because the only thing that they could do was have planeswalkers being introduced, but they've never really been able to make enough planeswalkers or make planeswalkers cheap enough and bad enough that they could make a new play style of game where you play planeswalkers only. That would be a crazy game mode that I just don't think would work. And commanders aren't different enough from regular cards, so there's no hope there either. Well, I think I've lost, so I'm just gonna say no blocks. Let's see. Alright, let's take a quick moment and look at this deck. These are all new cards or mostly new cards that we were testing out, and I don't think they're working particularly well. I think Flutterfox is kind of useful. I like the idea of Hushbringer, but I don't think it's particularly good. Don't have any copies of that. This puts a this works fine, so another one of those works. See, this Knight deck, I don't think there's anything that really synergizes with Knights. These Omen of the Sun cards, and not too bad. So I'm gonna take that out. Let's see. Angel of Grace, I don't think we played enough of to test. Let's see. That one I don't think we played enough to test. Okay. So now we'll get rid of some. Back down to 60. So yeah, remember this deck is not really about winning, it's just about playing cards and testing out the new things. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called Reek, which looks like a frustration platforming game. Nothing here particularly impressive amongst the screenshots. If anything, I would say this screenshot and this screenshot seem somewhat connected, and that seems somewhat connected, and that seems somewhat connected, but then this one seems a lot more zoomed out, and this looks like some kind of overlay map, and then this looks like it might be a platforming section, but I'm not 100% certain. And the video kind of seems to be basically just the screenshots as a frustration platformer. $4.19 discounted, English only, 21 achievements. Nothing there to impress me. I did see that Ni no Kuni was more of a Pokemon game than I realized. So, in a weird way, I guess that would be the game to play before, particularly if you don't want to play Tim Tim, which is a multiplayer early access Pokemon clone. Although I think maybe Tim Tim is the way that genre should go and will go, as having more multiplayer concepts. I mean, it really makes sense to convert what is effectively a kid's first RPG into instead a MMORPG where you're playing against other people instead of fighting the same bots over and over again, or just a large collection of bots like you do in Pokemon. And that certainly would be an easy way for people to, the Game Freak company, to not have to program in as much dialogue or as much computer enemy AI. I'm not sure that any of the battling Pokemon people in the Pokemon games act any different, or if it's just kind of the same basic AI over and over again. Let's see. Let's put that on the field. There we go. And I guess we'll attack here. Better to do 4 damage than block. Well, this creature can't block. Can be blocked, just can't block. Interesting. But yeah, I did know I wanted to play Ni no Kuni. I'm not sure that I realized that it would be a 200-hour potential experience. Okay, this is as cheap as this is gonna get, so we do this first. And then we might as well do this. And then we'll do this. We don't have enough to sacrifice this. And this is still worth attacking. And this can block and this can block, but there's no reason to, because we want this guy to attack. Like, ideally we want to get this guy off the field, attack with this guy, so we'll get both of these guys off the field now. Attack with this guy so that we can do first strike and not die, even if we were blocked by 2 of these guys. Well, I think that's the right move. This. Sacrifice this. And scry. I don't think we need that. Okay. Attack here, attack here, attack here. And go. We'll use this as a blocker, and then we'll give this... Oops. Why did his mentor ability not... Whenever this creature attacks, put a 1/1 counter on the target attacking creature with lesser power. Oh. So I had to... Mentor means I would have had to attack with this also, which would have been fine. How did so many things get double strike? This is crazy. See, well, this guy would have double strike, so I kind of don't want to attack with that. Well, that didn't work for him. At least I'm fairly certain it didn't work for him. I mean, he's got this one guy with double strike, but then the other two are gonna do a decent enough amount of damage. So unless he can give all of his creatures double strike and stop me from blocking with this and this, I still think we're fine. This doesn't have double strike right now. So we block with that and block with that. And then you just attack with all and you win. No problem there. It's kind of surprising we got a victory on our test cards, but whatever. You still need to play 17 white cards, or we can play red cards. We have a game on Steam here called P1R4T3S, or Pirates for short. It looks like it's a beat 'em up, but it's tagged as an adventure RPG game, so I guess it's an RPG. Just looks a little bit different. It's early access for $9.99, English full audio, and then Russian, which is a little suspect. Here we've got a cutscene that's not really showing us any gameplay, so that's not super helpful. Yeah, it seems like you make a character and you're jumping around, kind of like a rogue dungeon crawling, maybe Binding of Isaac roguelike game in a spaceship. Yep, nothing there that interests me enough that I put that on the follow list. Yep. So I probably should, as I'm thinking about how my channel is going to go, and the one thing I need to be doing right now, and I should have played one of these cards by the way, is scheduling things, and I'm still not doing a good job of spending that effort to schedule videos and have them uploaded, because I have like 2 major series right now that should be already on YouTube and scheduled, and they aren't, alongside 2 or 3 minor series. But as I'm thinking about how the maximum of 3 notifications you get per day affects a channel, or very possibly maybe doesn't really affect the channel, but it does give me a good excuse to kind of make less content. I'd have no idea how I could squeeze in playing a JRPG. It would just be a very, very long run, but I want to do it. Like, I don't have to do anything, I suppose, but I want definitely to do it. So I don't know how I'd play that. I suppose on a JRPG we do 2-hour episodes. That would be kind of crazy. People don't even like hour-long episodes. They don't like anything more than 10 minutes, let's face it. But I think for something that would be a 200-hour game, that seems probably more reasonable. And that would certainly fill out an extra time slot that would almost certainly have to air later in the evening, even if it wasn't like an adult-esque game, just later in the evening, because notifications maybe not so necessary for a game that would run 100 episodes potentially. It would certainly fill out my schedule. The fact that I did do a second Halloween and played more horror games also potentially causes a conflict there where there's only maybe 8 months before we're back to October and we need yet another Halloween month of games. So I kind of would be best to play a JRPG pretty quickly for that reason. But also I need to get back to that side project because I'd actually like that the electronic sign that I was building. I need to get back to programming that because otherwise that's at danger of just getting put on the back burner for so long that I'll never get around to it. Also, I had the Game Boy Retro Flag Retro Pi case that I was going to tweak the install on that some, and I haven't had any time to work on that at all. Also, at some point, if I can find a GameStop that goes out of business and actually sells its inventory, which I'm not sure really is going to happen, I'd love to get a bunch of used Switch games and a Nintendo Switch and play a bunch of the Nintendo Switch games that I haven't played. Alright, this, and then this, and then this, and then I guess I can attack with this because it kind of doesn't matter. I also probably should have been attacking with this the whole time. Now if this guy wants to survive, he has to not attack at all, and he's still going to probably die. But his best bet would to not attack at all and defend against this unless one of his cards succeeds. Seems like he was trying to mill me and make me run out of cards. That's highly unlikely to ever work, though. TechRaptor has an article here. The Big Ben Group restructures under Nacon before going public. So I have no idea who the Big Ben Group is. This massive company has a number of game developers underneath of it, the majority of which focus on the AA market, those games that fell somewhere in between massive AAA releases and indie games, although they're a fair bit closer to AAA. Let's see. Primarily they create simulators and sport titles like World Rugby Championship 7 and Rugby 20. Okay, that explains why I don't recognize it. So, if they're going public, are they in the UK? Because of like Brexit, will that really affect things, or will that not really affect things at all? Are they going public and restructuring because in part of Brexit? Alright. This should be an easy victory. I don't think he can stop me. He can block some of these. And maybe even block all of these, honestly, but then I'll just win the next turn. I suppose there might be something to be said about... Yeah, let's just do it that way. That seems fine. We might be seeing a lot more like restructuring things and financial things in this first quarter, either because they planned on doing that anyways, or because so many games got pushed back, and there's just like everybody's waiting for the new consoles and waiting for 2021 at this point, it seems like. Let's see. Here we have Josh on here. He's asking, "Good day, sir. Is this game worth putting money into? I just got into Magic the Gathering physical cards and was recommended to start this game to get used to the deck building with physical cards." I fully agree with that. I would, however, put my own personal addendum of get out of playing Magic physical unless you are super, super, super rich. Because there's two main things I can tell anybody about Magic the Gathering. If you're not playing Magic Arena only, it's going to be expensive. And if you're playing Magic the Gathering anywhere, it's going to take a lot of time and a lot of effort. And I'm going to try and carefully not scare you away from playing Magic at all. But absolutely, if you're already into paper Magic, I'd say put a pause on it and just play with your friends. Don't buy any more cards at all until you can figure out how long you're going to stick with this game and how much time you're going to commit to it. Magic wants to be a lifestyle game, and I can show some great examples of this. Every day in Magic Arena, you get a daily quest that give you gold. That is like free money, free in-game currency. But you practically only get the premium currency by playing special drafts like this that usually cost premium currency. So this costs 2,000, and if you win 7 games, which are highly unlikely to, you get 2,200 gems back. Highly unlikely that's going to happen. If you do the ones that start with 500 gold, then if you win 7 wins, you'll get 950 gold, or 950 gems back. So that's the way to play, is to do the daily quest, get the in-game currency that is the gold, use the gold to play these kind of drafts. These drafts give you more cards and are actually fairly generous. And then you can grind up the gems. And what do you need the gems for as we go to the store? And let's just highlight it. Here's their featured sales. They want you to spend $100, and then they want you to spend 1,800 gems, which you can't really do much of a translation there to get 90 packs and 2 special commander cards for the new expansion. Or 1,200 gems are on sale for skins, which you don't want to really buy. Or here you have 3,400 gems for $20. This $20 is worth mentioning because it is the mastery sets that you basically need to unlock. And I can't show it because I already have the mastery, but we'll show it in a second. Well, no, let's just do that now and not get confused. So For 3,000 gems, you get the mastery level of this effectively season pass, mastery pass rewards. Otherwise, as you're playing on a daily basis and getting XP, all you're going to get is a few packs and a few of the mastery orbs. Mastery orbs don't really matter because all they do is give you skins. Because you'll get a mastery orb, you can fill in these constellations and they'll give you one skin. This game tries to push a lot of skins on you. You'll get skins in the mastery level too, but you get a lot more cards too. So you want the mastery. That's the only thing you really want to pay for, and that's about $20. But then if you are getting the mastery, then you have to get up to level 90 to 100, whatever the max number is, for it to really be worth its value. Here, if I was to try and boost, which is an option, but I wouldn't recommend it, they would want 1,600 and 16,500 gems, which is quite a lot of money. If that's like $120 roughly, if I can estimate this. And look how greedy they are. They don't even really have a way of exiting that screen. Meanwhile, they try to get you to buy more gems with real world money constantly. They try to get you to buy packs with the real world money constantly, even though you could buy packs here, although you're better off doing the drafts, because they want you to buy this historic anthology for gems, which might be a good idea if you want to play historic, but if you're new to Magic, you probably don't. And they want you to buy a bunch of avatars, which the avatars are not terribly priced, and I don't think they're ever going to really get more expensive or disappear. So at some point there might be a sale where it makes sense to spend gold, probably not gems, to unlock all the avatars. But honestly, avatars play very little role in this game and should just be free. They want you to buy card backs, which they call sleeves, and most of these are for gems. Again, just visual skins is all it is, and no real reason why you'd want to buy that. And then they want you to buy more skins for cards, which are just cosmetic changes for real world money. And then they want you to buy pets, and this is super expensive. Again, $20 roughly for this pet, of which, if I go to my profile, here's my avatar. Here's the avatars that you can pick by default, I think. This one I got for buying the current Atheros Beyond Death mastery level, and then the rest of these are by default, and you barely ever look at them. These others are locked behind purchases for no reason. Here's the pets I own. I own this fox that has 2 varieties, or 3 varieties, I didn't even know that. And then there's this owl, both of which of these make noise in the game, regardless of whether your opponent has a pet or you, and are super annoying because there's no custom audio to turn them off, so I don't even use the pets. What you're going to want to do every month is play a draft like this once per month, or season as they put it, which ends in 26 days. So you want to play one of these, and you want to play standard rank and try to get these up. Generally speaking, you probably are just going to get to where I am, bronze tier 4, with maybe a few pips, whereas you could get pretty easily from bronze tier to gold tier in playing ranked, because there's no extra expense to play ranked. And as you're doing all of that, you're getting XP and gold again, which every 1,000 XP moves your mastery level up. Every week you have a 15 XP. I see you posting in the chat. I'll look at that in a second. You get a 15 XP weekly challenge, so they want you to win 15 times. But then they also give you a daily 15 win challenge, which you get XP for this for the first 10 wins every single day. So they want you to win at minimum, to get all of the rewards just for the mastery levels, 70 games a week. And games are long. They're 40 minutes to an hour, generally speaking. It's not just a easy experience by any means. So they totally want this to be your lifestyle. They want you to play Magic between 4 and 8 hours every single day. Then they want you also, if you're playing Paper Magic, to go to your local game shop and play Friday Night Magic every week for 4 to 8 hours. And every time you play Friday Night Magic, you're probably playing some kind of draft, and you're probably putting in more money that way. They want you at the store buying something at least on a weekly basis. It's super demanding on your money if you're playing Paper Magic. You can mostly do free to play in Arena. If you buy the paper cards, you'll get some codes. There's also a lot of codes online you can find for Magic Arena to give you some free cards. Having Twitch Prime gave me a free deck. Maybe that's still available for Twitch Prime loot. The codes that you would get in some packages for Magic Arena aren't in other packages, so you would have to do a lot of research to figure out which ones give you codes, which ones don't. But again, I would say Paper Magic is just way too expensive. You probably got brought in by your friends. I'd also warn that maybe your friends are trying to take advantage of you. I certainly played Magic a long time ago, and I had people playing against me that would trade me very bad cards for very good cards and take advantage of me. They would lie about the rules, and there were definitely sleazebags in all kinds of games, but Magic, at least when I was playing it about 10 years ago when Ice Age was happening, which is a very long time ago, it probably wasn't 10 years ago, it was probably closer to 15, maybe even 20 years ago. But yeah, I definitely had some people that were scumbags and did not treat me well, and they acted very inviting, but they really were taking advantage. So be careful of that also. But if it may be the people you're playing taking advantage with you, or it may be Wizards of the Coast, the creators of Magic the Gathering, that are taking advantage of you. Either one of those is very possible for just how expensive it is. So my suggestion as I wrap up here, and then I'll look at what was responded to and respond to that, is definitely put a pause on playing Paper Magic, except for with your friends. Play with your friends, but don't put a lot of money into it. Don't put a lot of time investment into it. Play Arena, learn Arena. It's a little surprising that they suggested Arena and not Magic Online. I guess people are finally seeing that Magic Online is not really going anywhere, and Magic Arena is going to be the new place to play Magic. There's probably several other unofficial websites where you can play Magic with some of the older cards. There's definitely limitations here to Arena, that in the fact that you really only have 2 years worth of cards, the newest cards, which should be good for a new player. But then they also just introduced Pioneer, and you can't play Pioneer in Magic Arena. And they just introduced Historic Anthology, and that's some of the old cards, but not a lot of the old cards. And if you're playing home games with people that have really old cards, that's going to be a very different experience. Also, worth mentioning that these drafts, while very good to get cards and play, are just bot drafts, so you're not playing against real people. And it's pretty easy to not realize that's the case. There's a overlay program called untap.gg which is also the website that might help you a little bit during draft as a new player. Probably won't help you too much otherwise, but it's overlay. Any overlay for a collectible card game is going to be a little bit helpful. What else? These things up here are generally not worth your time. Yeah, this bundle here that's being advertised was $100. It was 2 bundles combined. They wanted you to pre-order the new expansion for $100. Let's see. Oh, and it is also worth mentioning that compared to something like Hearthstone, the friends list is pretty useless. You can't share decks. You still have to jump through a decent amount of hoops. And it is also kind of worth mentioning that the friends list was the only thing added to Magic Arena last year whatsoever, and Wizards of the Coast has been licensing out to make a bunch of Magic games for many, many years, and then they abandoned all of those games that were licensed before. Those were the Magic Duels games. They would have a Magic Duels like 2016, then they would abandon it for 2017, and those were just single player only games. This is the first one actually being done in-house by Wizards of the Coast, which is now owned by Hasbro. That's probably been a thing for a while. So yeah, that's the info dump on Arena. I would say, yeah, play with it, stay cheap and stay safe, and see if you'll get into Magic or not, and be willing to walk away if you're not having fun or if it sounds too demanding. Be fully willing to not play 15 games or try and win 15 games. It's not play 15 games. I wish I was just play 15 games every day. If there are days you don't want to play, don't play, but be aware that that's where Wizards of the Coast's mentality is, and they sell special booster collector's edition packs of cards that are super expensive, and they have straight up responded to people and said, well, if you can't afford this card, then this product is just not for you. So they definitely are going towards the whales. Let's see. Josh responded to the things. For some answers, I'm not rich, but I have enough to allocate $200 a month on either singles or booster box, etc. Don't do either. Do Friday Night Magic and drafts. I'm starting this because I love the idea and also want to make a collection for my boys when they grow up. I'm a board gamer at heart and love the tactile feel of owning something physical. Well, let me suggest then also, while you may not get as much enjoyment from playing Pokemon, the trading card game, which is made by which was translated and brought over by Wizards of the Coast, so effectively Pokemon the card game is just a slightly more simplified version of Magic the Gathering. At least the English version of it is. Your kids would get much more immediate entertainment from that. But then you're also talking about a collectible card game where part of the reason why these expensive pieces of cardboard are made out of cardboard, because they could be printed on plastic and just a lot sturdier than they are. But the reason they're cardboard is because they want people to tear up the cards and have to replace them. Wizards of the Coast, I'm sure, would never admit that, but yeah, that's it. And sometimes you'll get the cards out of packs and they're pre-bent or already have marks on them, so you're not even really guaranteed like a perfect quality mint in package when you first open the packages. So you definitely will want to look up the process. Oh, I hate this guy because he talks way too loud and it's creepy. And a lot of these things I wish would be mutable or adjustable in the audio, and I mean you can do a little bit of that.
I'll return while you slumber.
Nah, that's not the one I want to turn down. I want to turn down this one. So yeah, I would definitely say look up how to double sleeve the cards if you want them to last at all. You practically have to double sleeve the cards, from what I can hear. There's several YouTube channels that explain and show all that. But yeah, I don't know if you're thinking that you're going to hand your kids this when they're 14 or 16, or if you're going to hand their kids this Magic collection of cards that are when they're 22 or 30, or when you die, and they might be 40 or 50. There will probably be some resale value when you die, but also that if you're not having your kids play Magic right now with the new cards, they're going to get banned within a year. So either you're going to get your kids into playing Throne of Theros Beyond Death, which is the current expansion, right now, and enjoying those cards, or you're going to have to, I imagine you would put them away until they died, hoping that they have some value, which they probably don't, because by the time any product feels like to the general people that it would have some like collectability resale value, too many people have already had that thought, and there's too many copies being made. The reason why Action Comics Volume 1 is really rare and really valuable is because nobody thought that it was ever going to have any value, and kids just tore them up and threw them away. Also, parents threw out their kids' comics either because they objected to comics existing at all, or because they just figured their kids weren't interested in it anymore. Which brings about the next point. There is still a very large percentage of the population, depending on where you live, that see Magic on the back of Magic cards and think actual real-world witchcraft. And it's probably not appropriate, and it's probably already banned at schools, most schools, to play Magic the Gathering or Pokemon the trading card game or anything like that, even during like a free class break or lunchtime or something like that. So it's depending on your situation, you'd have to do a lot of research and potentially be ready to fight with some parents or teachers or principals if you want your kids to be able to play Magic now, depending on what their ages are. If they're already in high school, I imagine at that point no school's really going to care. But if you're talking junior high or elementary, I would say Pokemon the card game is much more reasonable. But also, those Pokemon the card games are often banned too. The other thing is that people may not look at the word Magic on the back of the cards and think actual witchcraft and actual magic. They may just look at the card game and think gambling. And in all fairness, the original rules of Magic the Gathering was literal gambling. You would put up a random card as a drawn out of your deck as a reward for the person who won. They've changed the rules since then, but yeah, you certainly still could get the feeling that it's gambling, that all card games are gambling. Right, going back to the chat to respond here. Josh asked, would it be worth buying the 90 packs for 1,800 gems? I don't think so. I bought 50 packs with the gold. And for anybody new, you could probably just start doing the daily quest and save up 50 packs worth of gold, which would be about 50,000 gold by the time the next expansion comes out, and then do a big push there. That's what I did. The previous expansion, Throne of Eldraine, I got a limited amount of cards there, but plenty still to play the game and get pretty far in ranked. And then with the new expansion, I went big and did a card pack opening video of 50 packs. So no, I don't think you need to buy 90 packs with the real world money currency. I would say even buying 50 packs with gold was probably a mistake, and I'm thinking next expansion I will do a card pack opening of maybe 40 packs, and I'm going to have a lot more episodes on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday when I play Hearthstone not Hearthstone, that was the old card game I played, which I can't recommend to anybody nowadays, for several reasons that I'll skip over. But yeah, when I stream Magic Arena on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I'm thinking at least once a week I'm going to do a draft. Draft lets you do a thing called rare drafting, where you're looking at the cards, and particularly if you have the untapped.gg overlay, it tells you what cards you don't have a full set of 4 copies of. So you can just find the cards out of a larger selection of cards that you need and build the cards that you and pick the cards that you want playing drafts, and instead of opening random packs that are going to give you maybe 8 cards. But then also you get wild cards when you open packs, but that shouldn't really be a big deal for new players. The wild cards aren't going to really play a role yet. Yeah, I would say take it slow, take it easy, and buy the mastery with real world money, because you probably won't have enough gems by the time there's about 2.5 months left on Theros Beyond Death as far as that expansion. So I would say that's the only real world money. There's also a welcome bundle, or at least there was. You might want to get that. That I believe was $10. So investing $30 in general seems about right for Arena. As for real world Magic, I have no idea what a real world draft would cost, if it's a $10 buy-in or a $20 buy-in or a $40 buy-in. If it's $40, it's probably too much, I would guess. Maybe $40 for 8 hours, or like maybe an entire month. That might make sense, but I would do just the real world drafts in the same way and not really buy boosters. In fact, I wouldn't even buy singles or boosters if you had absolutely no cards and couldn't even. I mean, well, you shouldn't. You're not starting with your own cards when you're drafting anyway, so you literally could. Your first game of Magic could be a draft, and you'd probably be fine. But there's also people that will certainly help you and give you land, so you don't need to open singles for that. But there are some pre-constructed decks that if you could, I can't really recommend what pre-constructed deck is actually good right now. There's a YouTubers out there that are way bigger and more informed than Magic, but there's probably a pre-constructed deck out there that Magic sells that would just be, this has been tested, we know that this plays pretty well. It's not going to win any tournaments or anything like that, but getting a pre-constructed deck for one of each of the colors is probably the right way to go, so you can play the different colors. But you're basically doing that by playing Magic Arena anyways. So I don't know if you really need to do that in the real world. If you just are going to have maybe one deck that you always play in real world Magic, that'd probably be a little bit boring. But and the pre-constructed decks are more than likely going to be dual colors, if not 3 colors. So you're not going to have a pure black deck that is just all black cards. It'll probably be something like a black-red or a black-white deck. But they'll cover the 5 different colors that way. So if you were going to spend $200, I don't even know if you really need to spend $200 a month, depending on what the drafts cost every week. I would say the first $200 in real world paper Magic, from kind of an uninformed perspective, would be to get into one draft. First of all, what they do in drafts is they will put cards that they're not interested on the side of the tables when they're playing drafts, and that's called draft trash. And so, not having done this myself, I would go up to each table, point to that pile of cards on the side, and say, is this draft trash? And can I take some cards? Because that's the piles there of cards that the people that are playing don't want and aren't going to use, and they're trying to give it to new players, and often kids. As I understand it, the shops themselves will give you land, so you probably don't need to sort through the draft trash on each of those tables to get land, but it probably wouldn't hurt you to have at least 30 of every color basic lands. Don't go much crazier than that, because you'll find that the land cards are very prevalent and very common, so you'll have plenty of those very quickly. There's there's special lands that most people will not put in the draft trash that are actually good, so those would be the only kind of lands that are important. Let's see. Continuing. Josh said, no friends, just an undying love of the physical. I've also got a binder of Pokemon too, lol. And then thank you, wonderful. That's wonderful. This is wonderful information. Yeah, honestly, if you've got no friends bringing you into playing paper Magic, I'm a little jaded by my personal experience of being mistreated as a kid playing Magic, but I don't know if I would recommend getting into paper Magic then. But sure, it's always good to try new things. Find your local games store, walk right up to the desk, and don't try to put up a facade. Say, I'm trying to get into Magic. What's your Friday night like? Your Friday night Magic like? Or if they play Magic some other day besides Friday, what day is that? It's usually Friday. I would look around your local comic book game stop and see if the people that are sitting around at any random point playing games in the back look desirable or not. If they look like a bunch of smelly comic book guy stereotypes, that's the people you're going to be dealing with, and that's going to be an extra caveat, certainly. But those are the people that you're going to effectively be building a friendship around. That's what this really is boiling down to, is that you're going to be playing these games to build relationships and friendships, because you're probably going to be playing these games with those same people over and over and over again, because I don't think a ton of people that play Magic. There's probably a lot more than you think, but I don't think you're going to go to a local game shop and see more than 20 people playing. So that is kind of the beauty of the digital stuff in particular, is that you're playing against basically the entire world, but you don't really have to deal with them. All I can say here is these pre-selected messages. So I can't jump into a chat. There's no chat even with your friends that's been installed. So you really can't irritate the opponent or talk their ear off or spout any annoying viewpoints and opinions. All of those things totally capable of being done in the real world. So yeah, you really need to scope out your GameStop and think about it. Not your GameStop, but your game shop, and think about it. And I would say take very small baby steps. Always reevaluate. Always rethink it. And just be careful about who you're going to be dealing with, particularly in your case, since you're saying this is going to be for your kids. Think about, are these people the kind of people that you would want to play with your kids right now? Because you're probably going to be playing with 30 to 35-year-old people, at least in some amount. Would you be all right with those, the people at that GameStop that are playing Magic, playing with your kids, playing Magic with your kids? Because that's kind of where it's going to boil down to. I wouldn't be surprised if you don't see anybody super young. Magic is such an expensive thing that I wouldn't be surprised if there aren't too many youth playing the game. So there's a lot to think there. Josh said, yeah, my local has been awesome. They play Tuesday nights and Friday nights. Alright, well, if you've got a good local, that's going to be a major pivot point on the experience. If you don't have a local GameStop at all, $200 a month, I would also argue, towards an investment is probably not as good for Magic as it would be to buy the rare German board games. If you're a big tabletop gamer, unless you already own every single board game that's coming out on Kickstarter and every single variant of Monopoly and Clue, if you've got an entire room full of board games, that collection has, I think, probably a little bit more value than Magic does. I would also somewhat mention that I definitely enjoyed Yu-Gi-Oh! For the fact that it's a little bit more crazy. You have in Yu-Gi-Oh! The ability to draw 5 cards in your hand and win on the first turn, whereas in Magic, while that is possible, it's not likely to happen when you're playing Standard. The cards don't get as crazy. They don't do as much. But also, yeah, I think that's pretty much all I can say, unless you have some direct questions. It's also worth mentioning that Wizards of the Coast has licensed the Magic brand to a mobile game called Mana Storm, which is more like Dota, and that can be played on a cell phone, which is rather infuriating to people playing Magic Arena, because there is no mobile version of Magic Arena, when there totally should be. That is the one thing that Hearthstone, I think, has over Magic, and that is definitely a big thing, is the fact that you can play Magic Arena, you can play Hearthstone on mobile games and cell phones. And it's just one of the many things that needs to be improved and addressed on. And kind of ironically here, Gamma Sutra has an article where Wizards of the Coast detailed a new studio led by the former BioWare developers, the Mass Effect developers. So they just made this Wizards of the Coast, which is owned by Hasbro. So it's a little funny that it's not Hasbro that owns this studio. It's a subsidiary of a subsidiary, effectively. Just made this Archetype studio, and they are going to be working on a multi-platform role-playing game in a new science fiction universe. So basically a new Mass Effect style of game without having the Mass Effect name on it. There was something else I just thought of that I think is really, really important to mention too. Man, it slipped my mind, and I was just thinking, yeah, this was really, really important to take note of. Well, let's look at the chat. Josh said, I think this would just be amongst our family members. We have a good collection of board games as well. Yeah, depending on the age of your kids, if it's just amongst your family members playing Magic, you eliminate a lot of the problems. Although that tends to have a leaking effect, as far as I can tell. So, like, if you tell your kids to just play between family members, they're almost certainly at some point going to have friends over and show their friends the cards, and who knows if there's some super conservative parent out there that would be upset with just their kids even seeing that the Magic cards exist. So yeah, that certainly is yeah, I don't know how much fun you'll have just playing between 3 or 4 people at most. Well, you said boys, you didn't say how many, so as far as I know you have 15 boys, and then you'd have more than enough variety in the games. But yeah, I'm not 100% sure Magic is the way to go. It is the longest lasting card game. It's the oldest card game. So it has a lot of heritage to it, but I'd almost certainly suggest starting with Pokemon, the trading card game, first. If they've aged out of Pokemon, which you said you already had Pokemon cards, then I guess at that point you move them over to Magic. There really isn't a lot of other options, particularly in the United States and the West. If they were playing in the Asian countries, there's plenty of other card games. But yeah. Alright, well, I'm not getting to really show off my main strategy of this deck, but I'm gonna take a victory, since might as well. showing off some of the strategies on this deck, but the main strategy on this requires a card called Bolas Citadel and Vindictive Vampire. So 2 cards. It's a little surprising, I'll say, that we haven't seen a Switch version of Hearthstone or Magic Arena. Magic Arena doesn't have any mobile versions for anything. Magic Arena just got on the Epic Store, but that was probably just because the Epic company gave them a bunch of money. But the only real card games that are on like mobile things are a bunch of old Yu-Gi-Oh card games, and I don't even know if there's a Yu-Gi-Oh card game on the Switch or if all of them are just on the 2DS and 3DSs, because they moved Yu-Gi-Oh to Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links, I believe, is one of the most recent mobile game cell phone games out there. And there definitely are a lot of cell phone games out there that are typically called gacha games, GATCHA, which you could colloquially understand as meaning they've got your money, because they are totally built around the concept of you spending as much money as possible, and most of them are not good, but it is, I think, fair to say that the original gacha game is definitely Magic the Gathering as far as the West is concerned. It is totally built around buying more and more packs. You do have the benefit of, if you're just going to play home games, playing home rules. So if you buy a bunch of cards now and then they get banned from standard play in a year or two, that really won't affect you from playing that at your house. It'll just affect playing at your local game store. Let's see. Josh says, I understand what you're saying about the magic effect. Silly, but it is out there. We play Legendary, Marvel, Dominion, and Star Realms, but I just believe that Magic is the next step. It's quite deep. Yeah, Magic is quite deep. Oh, and that reminds me, that's the thing I wanted to mention. And this is me personally. The person, I was playing Hearthstone for a very long time, and the person who was the main figurehead of Hearthstone and seemed to be the guy in charge was named Ben Brode. Him and a lot of other people have left Blizzard. Ben Brode went and made a company called Second Dinner. Almost immediately in making that new company, he signed a contract with Disney/Marvel to make a Marvel card game. So from day one, I have always said that I only really plan on playing Magic personally myself until the Second Dinner company releases their the Marvel card game, because I suspect there's really no reason not for, unless they just drop the ball horribly. I suspect this Marvel card game, when it comes out, will be the next big thing, and will very much be a huge thing that will be very enticing to younger kids and very popular. The only thing that could happen is that somebody involved with the Marvel projects just ruins the Marvel brand name terribly, and I doubt that that's going to happen. There's probably a decent list of video games based on Marvel, and there's several Marvel mobile games already, but not a collectible card game. So it's worth also keeping that in mind. A year to maybe 3 years, that they are seemingly taking a little bit longer than I'd like. They're going. Second Dinner should have a Marvel collectible card game that would be brand new, and there is a real big advantage when playing a digital collectible card game or a real world collectible card game to get in the beta day one, get all the cards, try to have a complete collection while still being free to play. So here I wanted to show off my Bolas Citadel, and let's see. So what this does is it lets you spend life to cast cards that are on top of your deck. And once you have 10 of these cards plus these cards over here, anything that's just not a land, which is over here, you can sacrifice Bolas Citadel and do 10 damage. Which is amazing, because then that synergizes with Vindictive Vampire, that whenever one of your creatures dies, it will do 1 damage to the opponent and give you 1 health. So if I sacrificed these 4 creatures using Bolas Citadel, which I can only do when I have 10 cards in total. Right now I only have 7, but I can easily get that on the second turn by just using the other effect of playing any card that I can play. I can't play this land because I already played 1 land, and you can only play 1 land per turn. But yeah, I sacrifice these 4 cards. That's 4 extra damage to this guy, 4 health to me, plus 10. That would be 14 damage. You only start with 20 damage. If you get Bolas Citadel onto the field, you can't do it the first turn particularly easy, but if you get it onto the field relatively quickly, there will be no strategy that your opponent can play. The only real danger is getting your health too low too fast and then leaving yourself open for them to play something like a board clear that then would leave you completely wide open for attack. But in this case, that's not likely to happen, and I'm using, to synergize some more with this card Spinning Wheel, that you can tap 5 mana and tap the card, which is turning it. It's supposed to be 90 degrees, but in the game it is not 90 degrees. But it turns the other cards so they can't block, which makes it particularly easy. So there's several different ways to win here. Playing land is totally free. It doesn't cost any health. This card synergizes because it has 2 abilities, so I can spend this much to draw a card, and then now that this card is in the graveyard because of that ability, I can bring it out of the card just using regular mana. And then I can play this. And that's all I needed. I have 1 plus 3 plus that makes 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and including Bolas Citadel, 10. So we activate that ability. We sacrifice this. Notice we don't have Vindictive Vampire. He killed that. But it doesn't matter because this ability still does 10. So you sacrifice yourself and all your creatures to do 10 damage. And that's a combo black strategy deck. Complicated somewhat, and that's what I like about it. And very hard to defend against. and it wins pretty well. I'm showing about a 45% win ratio. I probably should get it up and make some tweaks to 50, 51%, 55%. Collectible card games, unfortunately, compared to single player games, not really letting you do the 90% win ratio that you usually get in a single player game. You can very easily play a lot of games and die only once or twice, or not die at all, which not dying at all in a game is effectively 100% win ratio. But if you beat 100 levels in a game and you die once, you're still at a 99% win ratio. But because you're playing against other people, they have to keep the game a little bit more balanced, and so 50% win ratio is the best you're going to get, which then compounds the problem of games taking too long often. Alright, let me go back to the chat. Let's see. Josh asked, okay, another question with banned editions. Should I purchase modern game packs? Probably not at this point, unless you're just going to go crazy into the financials, and if you're only spending $200 a month, you're not going crazy into the financials. You're probably spending too much if you're budgeting $200 a month at the very beginning. The best comparison is I got into Lego, and I would buy about one set every couple years, and so I'd spend maybe $100 to $200, maybe $250 on one really big set. Well, that snowballed very quickly to the point where I'm spending a lot more, probably close to $750 every year, buying nearly all the expert sets and Legos, which Legos do have a decent resale value if you don't take them out of the box, I assume, or but there is definitely a danger of starting at $200 and working your way up to $400 or $500 a month. So yeah, I'd say start conservatively on the finance. Modern, I would say no. Pioneer is the brand new announced version, so look up what decks are in Pioneer, which honestly I think Pioneer probably includes most of the packs that are in Modern, but I would say look forward, don't look back. Also, so Throne of Eldraine, I would say yes, and Theros Beyond Death, I'd say yes on those expansions. And right now, Theros Beyond Death sounds like it's not even selling well, so the prices have somewhat plummeted. So it'd be a great time to buy a bunch of those packs, and that's about it. I wouldn't do Modern though, or Pioneer. I would just stick with Standard. Go forward and play what Standard is now. Standard will shift out and phase out cards, and that'll be relatively easy to understand and follow. One of the things that Arena kind of does that's a little bit... Here I got a Mastery Orb, which we'll show is just a orb you put in a constellation, and it gives you a skin. I actually hate this card because it makes a loud yelling sound. So it's very annoying. I wish I could just mute certain cards without potentially having to hack the game, which would possibly get me banned. I actually got 2 orbs. If we look at the collection here, one of the things Arena does that is slightly annoying, those are the new cards we got, is if we look at Elaxian and Rivals of Elaxian and Dominaria and Core Set 2019, these are all banned cards that you can't play, and cards that I shouldn't own at all, because I really would have never been given a pack of these cards. So why do I have these cards? Because they came with the initial starter decks, and they are going to redo that, so I imagine they'll convert some of that away. But then they also, on occasion, will give you like Guilds of Ravnica packs for old, which Guilds of Ravnica, these cards are all going to be banned fairly quickly. The bans happen in the 3rd quarter. So what will happen is core, as I understand it, core set 2020 in the 3rd quarter, plus Guilds of Ravnica and Ravnica Allegiance and War of the Spark are all going to be banned from standard play, and you'll only be able to play with in standard, which is most of the games in Arena are standard games. They really want you to play standard games. So you'll just be able to play Throne of Eldraine and Theros Beyond Death. There is a decent argument to maybe get the core 2020 set. At some point, as I understand it, the core sets were reprints of cards that were older versions of those cards that are still good and still need to be used. Things that really haven't been phased out due to power creep. But from what I hear, or at least I got from another viewer, they said now the core sets are mostly junk. So maybe you don't even need a core set, but I definitely would not do this expansion in Arena. I wouldn't open any of those packs even though available, and I wouldn't do War of the Spark. But they totally are going to give you packs and try to push you into getting more packs and having a complete collection. But I would just say ignore that. Alright, we're down where we have no more daily quests, so it's just a matter of getting victories to get experience to move up the mastery level and get gold and move up the rank. There's a whole thing here. These are the default modes they want you to play, but if you click this, it'll show you all play modes, and you can see that there's a decent amount of events that they don't really want you to play at all. Traditional standard, traditional historic, traditional standard play, traditional standard ranked, bot matches. Oh, that's what they got rid of. They got rid of bot matches from being something that they recommended. Yeah, so you have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 events when you see all of them, but they hide that all away down to 4. The brawlers. Brawl is also something that they're basically charging you to play unless it's Wednesday, which is insane. Brawl mode is something you should learn, so play on the free Wednesdays on Arena. But yeah, you can see 3 of these events are all Theros Beyond Death events in most recent expansion, and the only ranked play you have here that isn't a ranked draft is standard ranked. So yeah, they're doing a lot of crazy hiding there. Josh said, thanks for the second dinner. Went to their page and liked on Facebook and Instagram and Twit. And then Josh said a while ago, wow, nice play, wow. Yeah, that's probably when I did Bolas Citadel. Yeah, I like it when it works, this deck, a lot more. But I also have, so far, a lot dropped the ball on learning to play any of the other colors or play multiple colors. Playing a single monocolor deck of black is kind of crazy, and it's not really a reasonable thing to do. But it takes so much time to do deck rebuilds that I haven't gotten around to doing a deck rebuild that would be 2 or 3 colors. But I definitely could understand how something like a black-white deck would work, because you have these cards that are lifelink, and that lifelink means they give you, well, I'm not going to explain the entire game, but it gives you health every time they attack, which builds up your health so Bola Citadel can draw more cards. It also synergizes with Bloodthirsty Aerialist, who gets a +1/+1 for its attack and toughness every time you gain health. So there's a lot of synergy happening in this combo deck. Whereas if I was going to build a red deck, it seems like you probably have to build a red deck as an aggro deck. There's 3 types of decks: red, no, not red, but aggro decks, combo decks, and control decks. And a blue deck is more than likely going to be a control deck. But I would prefer to play combo decks on all the colors. It's just, if you do red, like a red deck, most red cards are spells that do direct damage to either creatures or your opponent. So there's not a lot of combo there, not a lot of synergy of different cards. I like it in any collectible card game when my cards work together and will become a better experience. You're supposed to also always play your land cards in your second main phase. So here's probably a great example of why this is true. I'm going to attack with everything. This guy's probably going to block with this guy. Maybe not. It doesn't matter because of that. So then you play this card, and what this card will do is take something from your graveyard and put it on top of your deck. But it has to be played when you have 3 basic lands, or it will enter the field tapped and not activate that ability. Moving on with the video game news, we didn't have a lot, but I had a whole conversation here. OpenCritic has an article here. New mythical Pokemon will be revealed in February, so I assume that's going to show up in Sword and Shield. They did do a kind of DLC add-on on Sword and Shield that I don't think they've done with any of the previous Pokemon games. So just gonna keep on attacking to get health. It doesn't matter. I'm just getting health to build up for Bola Citadel. This creature won't ever be able to attack unless I could maybe destroy this, but probably not even then. So I'm building up a false threat here. Yeah, it says 2 expansions are coming to Sword and Shield, the article does. Isle of Armor will release in June. The second one, Crown of Tundra, will come out in the fall. The expansions will bring over 200 games, 200 Pokemon into Sword and Shield, including legendaries and new Gigantamax forms and new Galarian new forms, and continue the storyline. Almost as if this most recent Pokemon game was not finished in time, and I think that's probably a very valid claim, or what's the word, blame to put on them. Is I think it's a very valid thought to think, certainly, that the most recent Pokemon game, one, knew they weren't going to be able to to finish in a timely manner, and that's why they did the Dexit and still weren't able to really finish in a timely manner. The game feels like it should have been pushed, but it wasn't. And I've heard, I saw a YouTuber kind of excuse that, saying, well, Pokemon's such a big property and it's licensed out to so many people that if they delayed the Pokemon game, they'd delay the Pokemon cartoon, and they'd delay the Pokemon anime, and they would delay the manga, and they'd just delay everything to the point where people would lose out on thousands and thousands of dollars. And it's like, yes, and so what? As a consumer, do I have to be concerned with the fact that Pokemon has become this behemoth that cannot be controlled and scheduled properly? Or am I supposed to be concerned because the people that made Pokemon couldn't schedule properly? No way. Not my problem as a consumer. I just want a game that's complete and good. I would also argue, had they specifically put the new Pokemon game series in the future, then they would at least leave the door open for some of the Pokemon to come back in some future game in the series. 'Cause that would be easy enough at that point. I'm not sure I'm gonna win here. It kind of looks like he'd win with 10 to 21, but unless I can pull out Bola Citadel, I've run out of things to do, and so I've got maybe 4 turns to defend and block. Maybe. Nope. See how that just turned the exact opposite direction? So now I've got to attack to try and get some life back. So we look at every game on Steam. So we have a game on Steam that came out called Furries and Scalies, Friendswood. I kind of question, do you really need to say furries and scalies? Or can you just call people who personify themselves as reptiles as furries also, even though they're not furries? Furry. Like, do we really need 2 names? This is a visual novel / RPG. It's $9.99. I just got defeated over here. It's part of a bundle for $65.37, which makes me suspect it's probably a bad game and probably a troll game. I'm still not really sure that there's a market out there for visual novels specifically targeting furries. There's been a couple of romance visual novels like that that have some characters like that or go that full theme, but then they've been a lot better visually drawn, so it looks like they're actually a better possible experience. But I wouldn't be surprised if none of them are good, because the general idea there is, why over specialize? Why not just make a romance game that would be much more targetable? I'm gonna mulligan twice, that's bad. Instead of telling such a specialized story that is a niche upon a niche. You already have a niche group of people who actually would play visual novels, to then have to find the niche inside that niche that also respond to furries is asking quite a lot. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called Split or Steal, which seems like it is an asset flip game that maybe is an online game where it's basically the idea of both people split the money, then both get half the money. If one person steals, then that person gets them all. If both steal, then nobody gets anything. This is free to play. Online player versus player with in-app purchases. That sounds terrible. And it has a third-party end-user license agreement. It's also English only. So, yeah, a terrible low-effort game that somehow is rated very positively right now with 200 reviews. So, I can only assume what is going on there is that people are having a lot of fun playing with other people to overlook the fact that the game is not that good. Maybe the free-to-play elements are just so minimal and nobody's actually taking them up on that. I very much wouldn't be surprised if there's some streamer on YouTube or Twitch playing this game, which also would probably, it definitely looks like a streamer bait type of game where if somebody like PewDiePie was playing it. It seems to have an odd construction mechanic too, where you build your headquarters up on top of buying skins, which seems completely irrelevant for what the game is. I guess we'll just do our weekly reminder here that Gamasutra has a lot of jobs listings for video game companies. So, like Insomniac Games is hiring for a UI designer. Health Scholars is looking for a Unity software engineer. That's probably not a video game company, but they're still looking for somebody. Amazon Game Studios is looking for a senior game server engineer. Deep Silver Evolution is looking for a principal writer, which gives you the idea that they are looking at this point to start thinking about maybe a new Saints Row series or game from Deep Silver that's not Saints Row. Airship Syndicate is looking for a senior systems designer. So there's some options there if you're qualified, or if you want to just throw your resume in the pile even if you're not qualified. Why not? Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam here called Unlock the King, which looks like a single screen Unity puzzle game. Just one of these chess puzzle games. Although I'm not really sure how this plays, so I wanna look here. See, you're moving things out of the way, I guess, so the queen can move to the king? Is that what this is? Like, I don't think you're really doing chess here as much as you're just moving things out of the way, and they're giving you some odd perspectives, but this really is just a single screen Unity game. This is 69 cents, English with full audio allegedly, which that generally means nothing. I have to discard a card over here. And we are now on our way towards a victory. So if this is Unlock the King 2, let's see what Unlock the King, when that came out. That came out in November of 2019, and it has a 95% positive of about 43 users. Problem though is I've already covered a lot of single screen puzzle games, and even though this one is only 69 cents discounted right now, and it's not really doing anything new. Let's see, if I do this, will I be able to? Didn't do this. Yes, I will. this have death touch? No. This does, so we'll go ahead and attack with that. So this has death touch, this has death touch. So you might as well attack with both. Next we have a game on Steam called Arcane Legacy, which apparently is an RPG. I suppose it's worth mentioning that there's a ton of collectible card games on Steam, but unfortunately it seems like none of them are really big enough or good enough to be of any value. Like even if you were going to try and play Gwent, which maybe looked like it would have been big enough to catch a big enough audience to make sense, it really didn't. And Gwent, I don't even think is on Steam. Yeah, this is gonna have in-app purchases and online PvP and single player. It's English and Italian, but it's not out yet, so I don't even really have a reason to put it on the follow list, because I'll get another notification from my Twitter bot called What's on Steam as far as when this game comes out the second time. All creatures that able to block must block. Oh, that sucks. There are some decent single player card games on Steam. Slay the Spire is fine. Hand of Fate 1 and 2 are perfectly fine games to play on Steam. There's also some decent single player and maybe even some decent multiplayer mobile card games, but yeah, as far as collectible card games on Steam, I've nothing worth mentioning, and that does kind of oddly include Valve's own game Artifact, which it's been a real long time since Artifact has gotten any update. I think what they've decided to do in that case is just pull back and try and relaunch Artifact after they completely changed the game into something more traditional. Let's see. Josh said, I did get 2 ROs out of my Theros booster box, which I was happy with, in the Zombie Hydra. Yeah, and I'm not even familiar enough with the new cards to know off the top of my head what Euros are. So after this game I'll go look it up. They're probably pretty good commander cards. Some of the booster decks, well no, some of the pre-built decks give you and booster boxes give you kind of a guaranteed cards that are good, that they're not great cards, but they're good enough and they want everybody to have at least a couple copies of them. But it is also worth mentioning that commander cards can only be one on the field at a time, so it's unlikely that you would ever really need 4 copies, because it's unlikely you would ever need to put 4 of them in the deck. I would say 2 is probably all you would ever need, and that's if you just want to guarantee that most of the time you have it showing up in your hand. Next we have a game on Steam, Hockey Manager 2020. A lot of sports manager games come out on Steam, a lot of garbage games in general, but this is discounted for $27.99, super expensive, full audio in German and English. Although again, anytime it says full audio, take that with a grain of salt, because that usually sometimes that means that there's actually voice acting in the game, but sometimes it just means that there's sound effects and they don't speak any language, therefore they can just say full audio. Valve is very, very loose on any rules it applies to any of the markings on its website, and really needs to tighten things up, because full audio has become a meaningless identifier and is not helpful to the consumer at all. TechRaptor has an article here. The Taipei Game Show was postponed amid the coronavirus outbreak. It's suspended until summer. I believe Evo also may have been scaled back or postponed due to the coronavirus outbreak. Let's see. This guy. Let's see if we can get rid of this planeswalker. Here, Gamma Sutra has an article. Riot's Lindsay Thacker wants to improve onboarding for everyone, which would probably be very good for Riot, considering how they just had to settle a lawsuit with all the female employees. But onboarding at jobs often sucks. It's pretty terrible. Onboarding at video game companies in particular is pretty bad. This is one of these articles that Gamma Sutra puts out that is mostly a advertisement for their sister company GDC Game Developers Conference. But yeah, I can certainly, while just skimming the title, realize that yeah, onboarding sucks at most jobs. I did see I was listening to a podcast or something where somebody was talking about how they were completely afraid to ask any questions and look like they didn't know how to do anything on their first day at a job. And like, I totally get that. And certainly there are jerks out there that will use that against you too. If you're asking a question, they'll make a ridiculous big deal about that and like, why don't you know this? Why can't you figure this out? But it's totally the wrong way to do things. You probably, if I was gonna hire somebody for a job, I'd probably want them to be able to shadow and train and see what the other employees are doing, and I'd want the other employees to work as a team, and I would tell them probably straight up that this is a team effort. If the newest employee fails, we all fail. So you help them out anywhere they need to. But yeah, you don't always get that. This is a card that's asking me to do nothing. So I mean, I can put auto pass on, but he's just taking his time. I guess he has to decide whether he wants to he wants to attack with these two cards or not. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Ubisoft acquires the mobile studio Colibri Games to expand its into the idle genre. So Idle Miner Tycoon, Idle Factory Tycoon. Ubisoft is in a weird position where they seemingly don't really want to make video games or AAA video games. After literal years of being under threat of being hostilely taken over by, I believe, Viacom? I always confuse it whether it was Vivendi or Viacom. I think it's Viacom. But years they were under threat of hostile takeover, and they had to really struggle to put out good games and always make a profit and always increase the value of their stock so that it wouldn't go down low enough that Viacom would buy more of their stock and own 51% of it. And as soon as Viacom said that they were giving up on the hostile takeover attempt and divested themselves, just sold all their stock, Ubisoft said, okay, now we can sit back on our laurels and we're not going to make video games. But it's just like the stupidest response whatsoever. Is you were given a breather, you survived a major challenge, and instead of hunkering down and saying, okay, now we can make AAA games and maybe take a little bit longer and polish things more, they said, no, we really don't want to do that. Instead, what we want to do is make some animated cartoons for some of our games and license that out, and we now want to go into mobile idle territory. And what they've done with the Assassin's Creed recently is kind of pretty much abandoned what the original concept of the Assassin's Creed series is. Meanwhile, the Watch Dogs series is not doing as good as it should, and their third Star Space game series has not been shown to anybody, and that's been in development for a very long time. So yeah, they're a disappointment as somebody who wanted to see them succeed. Okay, vigilance and haste. I kind of have to block here. Let's see. Let's see. Josh said, Uro, Titan of Nature's Wrath. It's a legendary creature, mythic, $26.99 American. Yeah, I don't know how much I believe the valuations of a lot of the cards too. Like I think there's, and this is really getting more into an economics argument more than anything else, but I think there is a decent argument to be made that there's a very, very large false economy that happens around Magic. So I can take this card and put it on top using the Witch's Cottage, which then lets me play it for one. But it doesn't really matter because I use my Windmill. So we can't activate Bowl Citadel because we don't have 10, but we don't need to because we can just attack here. Unless he can stop this attack, I've won. Clearly he couldn't because the game didn't even ask. So he didn't have any instant spells. One of the things I've seen is booster boxes sell for like $100 in Magic, and it is statistically unlikely that you will get $100 worth of cards if you turn around and sell them right at that point by buying a booster box and then opening all those cards. Generally speaking, I think the general idea is that booster boxes are not worth it. This is another annoying thing on the collection screen, is that you can hover here to see a card, but if you right click it goes to the crafting element, and that is smaller when there's really no reason for that. Like, there's plenty of screen space here. Put the card right here on the side and then put the crafting button over here. So here's Uro, Titan of Nature's Wrath. When Uro enters the battlefield, sacrifice it unless it escaped. So you play it initially and then it dies and then you have to escape. Whenever it enters the battlefield or attacks, you gain 3 life and draw a card. That's a lot. Then you put a land card from your hand onto battlefield. That's a lot too. But this is a weird 2 or 3 turn card. Actually, it's probably closer to 4 or 5 because the escape cost is going to be 5 other cards from your graveyard, plus having 4 green mana, well, 2 green mana and 2 blue mana. So minimum, you could play this on the 3rd turn the first time, and then it immediately will enter in the graveyard. And then on the 4th turn, if you happen to have played a land for every single turn up until that point, and you have 2 green lands and 2 blue lands, you could pay the cost to escape. But on the 4th turn, the odds of you having 5 other cards in your graveyard are extremely, extremely low. So while this card does quite a bit and is super powerful, this is what they call a bomb card that you're going to have to build your entire deck around to support it. Otherwise, this card is never going to work. It's by the time you get to your 5th turn, if this is what you're trying to win with, it's not going to be enough. So you're going to have to find a lot of other green cards to support it, a lot of blue cards that throw cards into the graveyard. And one of the things that I guess is great about Arena in particular is you can come over to this collection and you could say, show me what I haven't collected that are in the Theros Beyond Death things that happen to be blue or green. And you don't even have to say show me what I haven't collected, show me what I've collected and not collected, and that will show you all the cards. And so then you can just go through here and find if there actually are any cards here that would let you discard a lot of cards, because you might really have a hard time pulling that off in the first 5 turns, which is what you have to get it below. You have to get it to happen on the 3rd or 4th turn, or 2nd or 1st turn, and I'm not sure that's really gonna work. It would almost certainly be something you would have to play a blue card to do. So that's a major combo card that you're gonna have to build a deck. Like here's your best bet is Thirst for Meaning. For your 3rd turn, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards. So if you have 2 of these and you play this on the 3rd and 4th turn, and that would be okay, because this card would count and go to the graveyard also. So actually 3 cards are going to the graveyard every time, so you'd have 6 cards in your graveyard. So this would synergize with Uro, and I imagine several other things would synergize with it. If you're building a blue deck, drawing cards, scrying, and discarding cards is a major part of that strategy that you're going to probably have to embrace. Let's see. Josh said, yeah, the price has been going down low, way down. That's pretty neat that you can filter. Yeah, that's the beauty of the digital things, is effectively this is just a very nice database software that lets you filter and look at the cards that you don't have, and it lets you learn and practice. Whereas if you were just trying to go to a website and typing in the name of a card, you're unlikely to even get a nice picture. That's one of the things I kind of would like about Magic more, is if there was a way to see these art pieces a little bit better, because like you can right click here and you can get this, but I'd kind of like to be able to save this image as a background, not particularly Cauldron familiar, but many of these pictures I'd like to see better and maybe make as a background. a lot of these images, I don't even know what's going on. So it would certainly be helpful if I could see it better. A lot of times I look at the cards and I'm like, I have no idea what this is. Here's a card that they call, has a feature they call hate. What it does is it stops something from happening. So in this case, this card hates the concept of putting 1/1 counters on your opponent. So he's playing a white deck, very good chance he's going to play the lion card that gets +1/+1 every time life is increased. As long as this blight beetle is on the field, it can't do that, so it can't buff up. Also, it has protection from green, which means it can't be hurt or targeted by green spells or blocked by green cards at all. And that's really, this is such a devastating card to your opponent's strategy. That's the only reason I even have it in the deck, is just because it messes up their strategies, which often that's more effective than carefully executing your strategy, particularly if you're trying to get a quick victory, convincing the opponent that they've run out of time and that they can't pull off the trick that they were trying to do, particularly if they're playing a simplistic deck that only has one path to victory. Once you cut off that path, a lot of people will just get frustrated and concede, which is a great way to speed up the process of getting victories. Let's see. Let's see. Tech Raptor has an article here. My Time at Porsche developer is going to donate its February earnings to epidemic relief effort, which I guess in part covers the coronavirus. Now, in all fairness, giving up your February sales for a game that wasn't super popular and is already out and forgotten isn't really too much of a big commitment, but it is something, so I guess we should applaud the spirit of the action, even if it's not that much. Also, donating, any company donating to a charity, remember, it's just a tax write-off for them, and they giving something in February is probably just a good way for them to start thinking about their taxes. But yeah, I always say if you want to support a charity in any way, though, you should donate directly. The only thing I've seen in video games that is slightly a good deal is to do a Humble Bundle purchase and make sure you move the slider so 100% of it goes to charity. Even in that case, you're still receiving something while purchasing, because you're buying the video game, so it's not like you can write off Humble Bundle purchases. If you want to get a tax write-off, you should just donate to charity directly and do a little bit of research. Ooh, I screwed up there. Well, I can bring it back though, so it's not a big deal. I really just need one of these guys to die. But I think the Humble Bundle sales are relatively good deals, and you can feel good about forcing a company to donate to charity that they were going to donate to anyways. Right. Can I do this and this? No. So the trick here is I'm going to attack here and here, and then hopefully he blocks one of those. Like, there's really no reason why he shouldn't use this lion character. That's exactly who I was talking about. Like most white decks play this. He gets +1/+1 counters every time the life goes up. So it would be very beneficial to have Blight Beetle back on the field to stop him. So take note, that does 1 damage, gives me 1 health, kills that guy. Why did I want that guy killed? Because this lets you pick a 1 mana, 2 mana, and 3 mana card and bring them back to the field. And when this one comes back on the field, it does 1 damage and you gain 1 life, which then synergizes with this to give it a +1/+1. And Blight Beetle does not stop my character from getting +1/+1s, it just stops his character from getting +1/+1s, which includes this character and this character. So, major synergizing there. The one thing we don't want to do, here's the risk. Do we let him attack, or do we block and potentially have him cast a spell? It's a bit of a risk, but we'll see. We'll see what happens here. Because he kind of has to attack even if he didn't have a spell. And it's not like a white-black deck is likely going to have anything. Okay, play this. Play Bola Citadel. We would need 8 people on the field to win. But there's a decent chance that's going to happen. Gamma Sutra has an article over here. EA, Electronic Arts, wants to stop including daily and monthly active users in its earning reports. I imagine the stockholders will not agree to that because they want as much information as possible. And clearly the reason why they want to do that is because things, I think this is Apex Legends, are probably not growing anymore. And yeah, EA on the ever-growing long list of bad video game companies that's mostly centered around making money. Right, play this. We gotta be really careful here. I don't have anything in the graveyard, so that didn't do anything. So what we want to stick with is just not attacking. So we need 7 creatures on the field. We have 3 right now. Or we play this and then that solves the problem. Because now this and this will do 2 damage for every sacrifice creature, with maybe a little bit of confusion when the last one of these gets sacrificed. But the game plays in the right order, so it knows that. So this should do 8 to 10 damage. So all I need now is a few more cards. Unfortunately, I can't play this. So how do we solve this problem? Do we attack and get 4 more health? Or do we... Okay. We've got to do this. We've got to tap this creature. And here's the reason. What's going to happen is, without this attacking, he could gain 2 health, and then I could lose 2 life. So I need to just bring back my life. Wait. Nope, I screwed up. Oops. Didn't pay enough attention. There's definitely something to realize about how easy it is to play Magic Arena compared to playing the paper game, because you have to explain and talk and like past a turn. There's a lot of gentlemanship, for lack of a better term, that needs to be in playing Paper Magic. You basically have to announce a play-by-play of everything you're doing, and there's certain things that if you don't do right and people don't cut you slack, you will mess you up. Because if you just say, I'm playing a land, then he might be the opponent, by the rules, I think, would then be able to play an instant right there and destroy the land or do something else with that instant. But if you say, I'm holding priority, I think is the phrase, and then you go, I play a land, and then I play some other spell, it gets complicated fast. And I don't understand a lot of it, and probably wouldn't ever learn a lot of it, but it is nice. That's one of the things I loved about Hearthstone too, is that it just took a lot of the grindy, more complicated elements out of playing card games. Let's see. Just says whoopsie. Lol. Yeah. I'm pretty constantly not paying enough attention because I'm trying to cover the video game news also. But yeah, that artifact that deals 1 damage every time you attack for every creature that attacks has killed me way more times than it should have, because I'm still kind of learning the cards. I probably would get a bump of 3 or 4% in the win ratio if I just paid better attention. Moving on, TechRaptor has an article. Dungeon Crawler Dicey Dungeons is getting modding support, which is interesting, but I'm not sure that Dicey Dungeons ever really caught on, and I'm not sure it even has come out of early access. That's a big problem with games on Steam, certainly. We have a game on Steam here that's just a bunch of Asian characters. If I was to guess, it looks like it is a card-based RPG that's probably a mobile game being ported to Steam from a Chinese company. It's early access, English is not supported, it's discounted to $11.99, and it's Chinese with full audio. Yeah, ever since about last year, once Chinese video game companies realized that the Chinese government was not going to let them sell games within their own country, except for in very limited numbers and under very strict limited rules, they started to flood Steam with Chinese games, most of which are not good quality, which is in part due to the fact that Chinese video game developers for decades now have been programming games to run on NES emulator clones, which were the only consoles really available in the country. So moving from a very underpowered PC-like device that's a Famiclone, is because the NES in Japan was called the Famicom, to making a game that could run on something like a PlayStation 4 or an Xbox or a PC. There's just a lack of education and knowledge and understanding on how to pull that off, and maybe a lack of funding. Gamma Sutra has an article here. Jedi Fallen Order sells almost 8 million copies to beat EA's expectations. So yeah, Jedi Fallen Order sold pretty well. It was one of the games that I would argue maybe for a rare occasion wasn't super overhyped, even though it was a Star Wars game, and it seemed like it's alright, but it didn't seem like people were harping on it and saying it was great, which is kind of what I'd like to hear from about most games is that they're alright, but they're not the second coming of Jesus or anything like that. Very often it seems like you get the exact opposite of games. It's just hype, hype, hype. This game is coming out 4 years from now. It's gonna be amazing. But I definitely would like to play Fallen Order, even though it is an Electronic Arts game. I don't know if there's a deep moral reason why I should boycott EA completely. I boycott the vast majority of their games, most of which are sports games that have tons of microtransactions in them. Let's see. Let's block with this. I need to spend some extra time and make a list of controversies around the video game companies, because it's become so prevalent that video game companies do something controversial that they at least deserve a little bit of being blacklisted and blackballed, that it's become impossible to even keep up with it. For many companies, barely have a vague memory of why I'm not giving them my business, but give it a year or two and I'll have completely forgotten it. And it won't be because the company has changed or improved in any way. It's just because the next 20 controversies have already happened. Just says, alright mate, thanks for the stream, I've got a jet. Have a good night, man. Okay, thanks for chatting. I always love when people come into the chat and talk. Let's see, I'll be wrapping up the stream relatively quickly, but we still got a lot of news to go through. TechRaptor has an article, the Star Wars Battlefront 2 BB update is live, adds new heroes and brings back Scarif. But this is the Battlefront is the player versus player mobile game, not to be confused with the other Star Wars games that was just mentioned. I'm still not really sure what this card does. Other satyrs get +1/+1 whenever you attack by 3 or more creatures. You may discard a card at random. If you do, draw 2 cards. I like the art on this card. It's one of those weird cases where I'd love to have the art on this card. I'm not super motivated to have the card in my deck though. Because you really have to play a Satyr red-green deck for it to make sense. So all of this EA news, of course, is because their quarterly meeting happened. Their annual meeting, probably not quarterly meeting, with their shareholders. And it's always a little bit interesting to see how they spin things to the people who they really care about versus how they spin things to the consumers of their products. Gamatsu has an article here for the PC. Blue Protocol Twitter account has resumed activity, and the closed alpha test video NDA has been lifted. Tons of closed alpha footage is now available for public viewing. I don't recall Blue Protocol being a thing. Let's see. It's been in development by Bandai Namco, and they posted a tweet for the first time since September 2019, so almost a quarter, a full quarter. Let's see what Blue Protocol looks like. It looks like it's a big MMO RPG game with a lot of hack and slashing. looks pretty. Looks kind of like a almost Zelda art style with a Monster Hunter gameplay mechanic. Gotta be careful about these trailers, even though trailers are not copyrightable. Japanese people don't believe copyright laws work the way they do. So it looks like some pretty big environments with kind of a Monster Hunter element, and then you can get a bunch of people dancing together in synchronization, and you can put characters in bikinis, which is always a big seller for a certain niche of the fandom. Is this Death Touch? Nope. Well, then we'll do that and that. And they're still showing the dancing, jeez. They show like a full dance number at the end of this trailer. Although that video was also just from a YouTuber, so that wasn't an official video. Well, Blue Protocol looks interesting, but if it is a online MOBA, I don't know if there's going to be enough of a fandom there that I would want to play it. Like, I don't play a lot of online games in general. Yeah, we need the Bull of Citadel to show up. That would be the saving grace here. Otherwise, I'm going to lose this war of attrition. Let's see. I'm going to take this and tap this and hope that's the right choice. Gamatsu has an article here. Platinum Games launches a Platinum 4 teaser website. Speculation is it might be the Wonderful 101, I guess, 2, or a self-published title. Platinum did say they wanted to get into self-publishing, and they did a investment from Tencent. So the speculation here is that this is the 4th game that they plan on releasing in roughly the next month. I'm not sure if there's any Platinum games that have been up to a number 4 yet. So, like Bayonetta 3, I think is still in development. So it would be silly for them to announce a Bayonetta 4 when the first game isn't out. And, you know, and I don't think the Nier series, like Nier Automata wasn't the first game in the Nier series, but I'm not sure if it was the 3rd game either. A 4th game in the Nier series would make sense. Let's see. Trying to look at them on Wikipedia so I can get a list of games. Let's see, they made Mad World, Infinite Space, Bayonetta, Vanquish, Anarchy Reigns. They made Metal Gear Rising Revengeance, The Wonderful 101, Bayonetta 2, The Legend of Korra, Transformers Devastation, 8-Bit Bayonetta, Star Fox Zero, Star Fox Guard for the Wii U, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Mutants of Manhattan for Nier Automata, which apparently they didn't work on any of the other Nier games, Astral Chain, Bayonetta 3, Babylon's Fall, Lost Order, and Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. All of those are games to be announced. And then Scalebound, was canceled by Microsoft. So let's see. So Nier Automata is the sequel to a video game called Nier, which is a spin-off sequel to the game called Drakengard, which was known in Japan as Dragoon. Series was released in 2003 on the PS2, and then it itself had a sequel and a prequel. So my guess is Dragoon is the fourth game that's coming out, if I was to speculate. Here we can see some image of what it kind of looks like, but not a lot on Wikipedia. They tend to not. Yeah, Drakengard 3 came out in 2013. So here we can see what it was. I don't even know if this was published in the West. It was rated M for mature. Let's see. Yeah, not a lot of pictures on Wikipedia, unfortunately. Apparently the music is well received. The game itself, fairly well received, but not greatly received. So my bit of speculation there is we are going to see a Drakengard / Dragoon version 4 come out by Platinum Games, and nobody is going to know what that series is at all, and it's going to only sell by the fact that Nier Automata is a spin-off of it. Alright, at this point I'm doomed. There's nothing I can do. I've lost the war of attrition. Komatsu has the Switch game here. Toho Spell Bubble Story Mode and Tutorial Gameplay. This is Bubble Bobble, effectively, with these witch characters from the Toho series, which I've still not really been able to figure out. Toho Project Rhythm puzzle game. Toho Spell Bubble. So a lot of Toho games. Not a lot of them that I recognize. I think it's probably a very popular series in the West. I mean the East, the Japan area, and just has not come over to the West. I have maybe one more turn. Maybe one more turn. And even if I got Boa Citadel right now, I don't think I could survive from that. I'd have to get a very, very safe run. What I need is Boa Citadel, then Taste of Death. And I didn't get it, so I've just lost. But had I gotten Boa Citadel, then Taste of Death was the next card. I could have sacrificed my card to make him sacrifice 3 of his cards. Probably wouldn't hurt much, because he just sacrificed this card, and this card, and there'd still be 20 damage in one turn. But then at that point I don't think I have a second Taste of Death, but I could start to fill the field, and if I could get 3 cheap blockers on the field, then I might have survived at that point. But I don't know if there would have been a win scenario there. Let's see. Might as well just kill characters. Moving on, Genesis has an article. Mike Laidlaw has left Ubisoft after a little over a year at the company. Let's see, he was working at Ubisoft Quebec. He was a longtime BioWare employee before, and he departed in 2017 after 14 years. So BioWare at the time was not being well funded, so jumping ship kind of makes sense. But now BioWare looks like, well, the BioWare team looks like they're making a new game owned by Wizards of the Coast, ironically. So almost certainly, well, I wouldn't guarantee it, but there is a very high chance that that he is going to jump into, I believe it's called Anthem Studios, the subsidiary that was just made by Wizards of the Coast, to make another game similar to by Mass Effect. Although, in all fairness, I think everybody involved, the developers, the players of Mass Effect, I think everybody fell in love with that game, and they are really just having a hard time accepting the breakup, accepting that the relationship is over, and just letting go of that idea. Personally, from the outside, I think Mass Effect 1 was alright, and Mass Effect 2 is probably good, but then Mass Effect 3 and Andromeda are terrible, so you're running 50% success ratio. That's hardly a massively successful series. Sure, it sold a lot, but when you compare that to Halo, which is a much more simplistic series, there's only really 2, maybe 3 out of 5 or 6 Halo games, if you include the spin-offs, that are considered bad at all. Which is much more closer to a 66% success ratio at minimum, and probably I think most Halo players would say all the Halo games are worth playing, whereas Andromeda is not worth playing, and Halo 3 is sort of worth playing. They should have thought about making Mass Effect as more of a Telltale style game and getting rid of a lot of the RPG elements and just telling the story they wanted to tell, because that was, for better or worse, the part that they were focused on. And then when you look at where Mass Effect went, I think it was mostly towards something like Destiny, if not Destiny directly. I think a lot of the people that worked on Mass Effect went to make Destiny, and Destiny is a whole different type of game where it's mostly designed to just be a looter shooter that you're constantly playing, instead of being a project that told any major story. I guess the other part of this article to mention is that there was an unannounced AAA project that apparently was canceled. They delayed a number of big ticket games to a string of unsatisfactory releases. Yep. More to the theory that I have that Ubisoft just does not want to make video games right now or anymore, which at a certain point just makes the question, would it have been better if Vivendi had acquired Ubisoft? Unfortunately, we can't look into that alternate universe, but I kind of don't think so. I don't think Vivendi would have made it any better, but it didn't seem like either solution was satisfactory as far as them actually making good games or wanting to make games at all. Moving on, we have a game on Steam called Jerichonia 2, which seems like a low effort MS Paint RPG game, and the screenshots don't want to load. Let's see, it's $2.54 discounted and English only. Yeah, I see nothing here of any visual appeal, and you always eat with your eyes first, as the saying goes. So, nothing there. That's not going to make it to the follow list. And almost certainly in the exact same reasoning, Billy's probably not making it to the list. It seems like this is a platforming game where you control 2 boxes and terrible graphics. And that's it. $5.99 discounted, English only. Nothing here interesting. It says it's a puzzle platformer, but to me, from what I can see, there's no puzzle here. This is, if there are some secrets here, if there's some major, like, revelations when you're playing this game, and it has all kinds of secrets and all kinds of gameplay modes, a game like that would have to get reviewed by like a mainstream journalist or some YouTuber, and I'd have to see that video, because I can only judge it judge the book by the cover, and if the cover looks awful, I have to assume the game is awful. Like, it is far too easy for every single game developer out there to say that their game has some secret hidden depth, and none of it be true. Right. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm going to attack and see if anybody wants to defend. And what this is going to let me do is, if he defends, I play Taste of Death, and that clears the board and leaves me open to play Bolas Citadel next turn. Or if he doesn't attack, I play Bolas Citadel this turn and then just start the process. And then I hold Taste of Death for later. And the beauty of Taste of Death with Bolas Citadel is it creates 3 food tokens, which can be sacrificed in exchange for 3 characters, so you have no loss on your count towards 10 whatsoever playing this. Also, food tokens are used by the familiar to summon itself out of the graveyard. He's decided not to attack, or it was waiting for me to decide whether I wanted to cast a spell, I guess. Next we have a game on Steam here called Shadow Rain, which might be a point and click adventure of some interest. Looks a little pixely, and it looks like it's got a lot of dark screenshots. So the standard dark screenshot syndrome rearing its ugly head again. This is $1.19, which is too cheap, discounted. It says it's English full audio. I suspect that's not true. If it is, if this actually does have voice acting in it, this is a 5-minute game. Yeah, nothing there. I love point and click adventures too, and even I'm not willing to deal with that. Okay, let's do this. I'm wasting too much time. Here we go. See. Next we have a game on Steam called Pioneers. Looks like an RPG Maker low effort garbage game. $3.74, English only. Don't have to say anything more about that. Next we have a game on Steam called Peaceful Days, which looks like a slightly more polished RPG game that looks like it might actually not be made with RPG Maker's default tile set at the very least. It's heavily inspired by the Harvest Moon series. People love the Harvest Moon series and Stardew Valley. I kind of hated that game though, Stardew Valley. Like, I tried to play it and I just found it very, very boring. So, also we have like a 58% review here. There's only seven reviews so far, it seems, but let's see. Well, it says there's only one in English. Farm customization. Yeah, so it is farming. I don't want to play any farming game. That was the one thing I wanted to check. If you made something that felt or looked like Stardew Valley but didn't have farming in it, I might consider it at that point. But anything with farming at this point, I'm not interested in. And in general, I'm not interested in games where you're doing someone else's jobs. Jobs are boring, and it's practically impossible to not make a job boring because if a job wasn't boring, then it wouldn't be a job. Play Bowl of Citadel a second time, but it wouldn't do anything. It just waste mana. So I'm going to attack a second time and see if I can get him down below 10. If I can, then Bowl of Citadel works. If I can get 7 creatures or 6 creatures on the field. Or he defends, which is what I'd like him to do. So then he gets down to 4 creatures, and then I can play Taste of Death. Next, we have a game on Steam here called Choco Pixel, which looks like it is just a really simplistic arcade game where you're flying around in straight lines. There's no variety in these visuals. This is just way too simplistic. $1.19, also bundled together with lots of other games. 56 games here for $36.29. You pretty much know when you see something like that, that's not a good value. These are the kind of games that are at best sort of worth being on Steam, but at worst a lot of them don't deserve to be on Steam. And if Valve ever decided that they were going to curate, I think a lot of these games would be in trouble. And get removed, rightfully so. That they're just so simplistic and so low effort. And then you'll have something like this, Malicious Payload, which by the looks of it, looks like somebody put a lot more effort into it, but may very well just be an asset flip game. But it, at the very least, does not look like something that could have been made in the 80s. So yeah, this looks like an asset flip first-person shooter game in VR, which gives it a little bit more leniency. Looks like you're standing around shooting and hacking and slashing with a sword at robots. I'm almost certainly never going to get a VR. This is early access. $8.49 is a little too cheap for a VR game too. I'm only really keeping the really special games in VR on the follow list. Everything else, if it's just not good enough, it's not worth mentioning. Right. Taste of Death should now resolve as soon as he decides what 3 cards he's sacrificing. Then I put that there. Alright, and we're good to go. So now we have 7 cards here, plus 8. But we would need to deal 8 more damage. So I'm going to do no block here. And then I'm going to do this. And then I'm going to do this. And I'm going to do this. And I'm going to do time to do the numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 damage plus 10 damage would not win the game. However, if I attack right now, he can't block. He's got no cards in his hands, and he's got one tapped creature. So now we are perfectly fine to win. So we really went from having only one card on the field at the beginning of this turn. Let's see. And for safety's sake, we'll keep these 2 food tokens. Not that we really need it. We're doing good, getting back up the ranks. Getting victories. 2 more victories will still get us XP, and more victories on top of that will get us cards and things. So we're making progress. Next we have a game on Steam, classic card game poker pack, which I'm always looking for a good poker game, a good single player poker game on Steam that doesn't actually involve money. But boy, does this graphics look terrible. This feels like this is some old game getting re-released, and it's called Classic Card Games Texas Hold'em, down here for $1.99. English full audio, not widescreen, by the way. So yeah, not enough polish there for that to be the one. It's funny, Telltale Poker is still, what is it called? Not Telltale Poker, but Telltale Night at the Roxbury's or something like that, I think is the name of the game. It's not Night at the Roxbury's, it's Night at some other place. It's probably still one of the best options if you want to play a poker game. It's still kind of a weird, odd option. Let's see. And I don't think you can actually buy the game anymore because Telltale went out of business. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam that's a bunch of Asian characters. It's called Anonymous Letter Prowler, apparently. It looks like it is a point-and-click hidden object adventure game with a bunch of mini-games. It seems like you're playing as anthropomorphic animals. So $1.47 discounted, English and Chinese with allegedly full audio in both. So, you know, probably a simplistic cell phone game just being quickly ported to Steam and PC. You know, my argument about bad games not being my argument that bad games should not be allowed to be sold on the storefront of Steam is kind of undercut by the fact that last year there wasn't really a significant increase of the number of games that were released for 2019. Now, in all fairness, 2019 was about 3 times as many games as the last couple of years had been. So there was a massive amount of games that were released in 2018, but it didn't continue that trend higher and higher. And just do no blocks this turn. That way I can put this on the field. There you go, you want to block that? That's fine by me. Next we have an article here called a game called Card Sweeper, which Looks like a low effort single screen Unity game. And what a weird name to call it Card Sweeper when it looks like it's a three-dimensional Minesweeper game with no cards whatsoever. Unless there's something here. I guess these are supposed to be the cards. But what a weird way to integrate Minesweeper into a three-dimensional model. $3.99 is probably too expensive for a Minesweeper clone, even if it is doing something slightly different. And it's English and Chinese, so it's probably a cheap Chinese product. Let's see, do I want to kill this guy? Okay. Now we've got the flying guy. And now we want to attack with this. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam that's a bunch of Asian characters. I guess it's called Nakori's Rabbit Doll. Looks like it's got some anime thumbnail and a bit of an anime intro on the video. Playing as an anthropomorphized anime rabbit girl, I guess. Although rabbits have short bushy tails, so really it's an anthropomorphized cat girl with a rabbit doll. I guess that's it. But I think the vast majority of this is still just a low effort RPG in some fancy wrapping. This is $2.69, which tells me it is way too cheap for an RPG, particularly a JRPG. It's also way too cheap to be a good game of any sign. Also, it's English and Chinese, which, yeah, typically that means it's a cheap Chinese game. If it's the Chinese and it looks like it's trying to emulate something that's way more polished. But that a lot of that too isn't just guessing on my part. Okay, put this in the field so that I can start bringing back things. But next turn I play this, I bring back everything. Let's see. TechRaptor has this article, Last Week in Gaming, February 2nd, 2020. They haven't been doing articles like this before, so I'm a little surprised. I could have attacked there, but at least with this, there was really no reason not to attack with that. It would be kind of nice if TechRaptor consistently just consolidated all of its articles down, but it would also be kind of ridiculous for me to be talking about news a week later, particularly since everything that's being mentioned here is something that I already saw. Bring back everything. And what do we want to do? We can attack with this one, I think fairly safely. So yeah, them doing a recap article from last week is not helpful to me since I'm already covering the news a little bit faster than that. Next we have an article here. We have a game on Steam called Seven Worlds, The Dreamdale, which looks like a pretty ugly animated platforming game trying to ape like really old games for no good reason. It's early access for $2.99 English only. A lot of cheap games today. a lot of surprisingly cheap games. Usually we get bad games that run the full gamut in price, but so far we haven't seen anything too crazy. Next we have a game on Steam called Jory, Jorry, which looks like it's a horror point and click game, and the animation looks a little rough, but looking at this, it looks like somebody's actually trying here. So this is something I'd be willing to put on the follow list to see if any reviewers actually think it's good. Kind of feels like an Alone in the Dark clone. I did hear about something that felt a lot like Alone in the Dark, and maybe that's it. Here we have one that it's $11.99 and it's English and French. I wonder if Jory in French is something like Jerry, as far as the name. Well, I just lost because I was not paying attention. Yep. The original Alone in the Dark game, cloning that is not probably what you want to do, but I'm willing to give this one a chance because it's more of a flat 2D point and click game that just happens to have what looks like gunfire mechanics. I try not to get into politics on a YouTube video game channel, but this does coincide with video games. The video game company Kitsune Games has officially put out a post endorsing Bernie Sanders for the United States president. Here it is in its entirety if you want to seek that out. It's probably worth looking at what games Kitsune Games makes in case you want to either throw your money at them in some stupid way of support or boycott them in some stupid way of boycott. Take your pick. So there's a game called Lorefire, there's a game called Mid-Boss, there's a game called Ultra Hat Dimension, a game called No Way Out. These seem to be particularly simplistic games. Pixel Crash, Color Graphics Adventure, and then an early prototype. Mid-Boss I think might be the only game here that I even recognize, and Lore Finder is not even out yet, which is supposed to be a cosmic horror Metroidvania game. And Mid-Boss looks like it is a roguelike kind of dungeon crawler. It's bad business to endorse politicians. Clearly in the United States the right way to support politics as a business is to form a super PAC or lobby and gain favor and special treatment from politicians and corrupt the general idea of a democracy in general. That's because of Citizens United's decision by the Supreme Court that corporations are human beings and have all the rights of human beings while having to follow none of the limitations or rules of being a human being, in my personal opinion. But as a business, they would have done better, I imagine, to either donate to both sides and get the favor of both sides and not come out so aggressively. And then you could get into politics, certainly, and Bernie Sanders, at least by what he says, seems to be unlikely to be a friend of most corporations, so it's not unsurprising that he hasn't gotten a lot of support from big business. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called Leap of Champions, which might be an asset flip first-person shooter, but it does seem like it has a little bit more polish here. It's early access, it's free, it's single player only. That's a little surprising. I was thinking this would be player versus player. Well, I'll put this on the fall list, but I don't know if there's really a story here or not. It seems like it might just be running around the forest shooting people. And that's about it. Speaking of probably dumb political statements, Susan Wojcicki, the person in charge of the CEO of YouTube, is what I meant to say there, tweeted out on February 2nd, important reminder that YouTube has a lot of valuable short instructional videos, including on what to do if someone is choking, then posting out or retweeting the story of a 9-year-old who used the Heimlich maneuver from YouTube to save a toddler's life. I'm not sure the toddler really was choking or not, or if this is just a feel-good story that's getting hyped up. Regardless, YouTube very much should have taken that good story and not retweeted it and not mentioned it, because it opens up the door for the obvious question here. What in the world has YouTube done to verify that any of the videos talking about the Heimlich maneuver are right and safe and accurate? Like, sure, there's probably some people out there that are proper doctors or people that know how to, paramedics, I guess, would be the best people to learn the Heimlich maneuver from, showing the Heimlich maneuver. But for every person who's been properly trained and actually knows how to do it right and can explain every little detail on why you do it this way and how you do it, there's almost certainly 1,000 people on YouTube that don't really know how to do it and are making bad information, fake information, troll information. So YouTube is being in a public forum that allows almost anybody, even though they are on occasions pretty censor heavy, should not be the source of important information. It's fine if it's entertainment. It's fine if you can take it as a grain of salt. If you're an adult and you realize that the people might be lying to you quite a lot. But if you want to learn how to do the Heimlich, you would be better off Googling it and getting to a Wikipedia article that's at least somewhat peer-reviewed in that case, or just getting the first Google results, not just a random video. And yeah, the whole story, I don't know. I guess it's, as long as people are only doing the Heimlich because somebody actually needs the Heimlich, that's good, but I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of 9-year-olds there are going to be inspired to do the Heimlich on their siblings when they're not choking on anything at all and potentially hurting them. So you have to be careful with giving too much knowledge to kids to potentially make them dangerous. So, right. Next, attack here, attack here, and attack here. This next game is tagged sexual content, but by the looks of it, the sexual content isn't even that good. So it's YouTube family friendly. We have a game on Steam here called Smart Girl Christmas. Remember, this came out February 2nd, so 2 months 2 months off for your Christmas game. It says it has nudity and sexual content in it, but looking at the art here, it's pretty awful. They're selling it for 99 cents. English full audio allegedly. Almost certainly this is just some kind of clicker game or memory game. Yeah, it's a memory game where you have to memorize numbers, apparently. But yeah, those anime girls look particularly bad. We're still very much in the drought of not a lot of good games coming out. We have one on Steam here called Escape Dead Earth, which looks like it is a RTS with just a large mob of people, but not much variety in the tile set and the background imagery, and it looks pretty ugly and generic. It's $2.99. Seems like maybe there's 4 types of creatures you control, bunch of language support. Odd combo there, Spanish and Chinese and English. Nothing here to put on the follow list that I'm interested in. And we have about 10 more tabs to go. Let's see. Next we have a game on Steam that's just a bunch of Asian characters, which looks like asset flip characters of monsters. Just terrible, and looks like most of the other characters are just black shadows, so they didn't even bother putting textures on them. Yeah, this looks horrible. There might be an interesting idea of playing a game where you're like a fairy walking through the real world and people can't see you interacting with them, or only a few people can see you that have special abilities. There might be something to that idea, but that certainly isn't what this game is. English language is not supported. It's 99 cents, Chinese only. Well, what's funny is it says English language not supported for the interface, and yet it says it has full audio and subtitles in English, but not an interface. So, anytime I see that, that's just a major red flag if you're not willing to localize and translate your menu, of which there's very little. I don't think we need to play another game. Well, in theory, yes, I need to play one more game to get more XP. I'll do that off screen. And then pack wise, we don't have any more packs. And cards wise, boy, that took a long time to load. You don't have any new cards. Okay, so let's just cover the last bits of the games. We have a game here that's all Asian. It looks like it's a match 3 puzzle game with some other mini games. Looks like it's probably inspired by one of the great 3 Chinese novels that every single Chinese game tends to be centered around, although this one doesn't look too terrible as a collection of mini games. But it's $12.99 and English is not supported, so $12.99 is asking a little too much for what looks like mostly puzzle games with maybe some RPG elements in here. Maybe this is some battle elements. It's a little weird that you'd have a strategy placement RPG game with mini games. Those two don't really mix. Next we have a game on Steam called Jump Boy, which looks like a simplistic, low effort, frustration Mario platforming game. I'd like to see a lot more Mario clones that are easier, or at least not trying to be harder than, say, Super Mario Bros. 1 or Super Mario Bros. 2 or 3. or even the lost levels of Super Mario Brothers. But it seems like everybody's trying to do a Super Meat Boy style, super difficult platformer, which just immediately eliminates my interest. This is 99 cents, bunch of languages supported. Let's see. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Knockout Bowling VR, which seems like a VR game with some bowling that's not as visually polished as I'd like it, and it seems like it just kind of has random stuff. Like, why would you bowl in a open field in a fair? The funny thing here is none of these screenshots show you bowling in just a regular bowling alley. So they spent all this effort, or they asset flipped all this stuff, and didn't bother to make just a standard bowling alley. It says early access, $3.59, which is way too cheap for a VR game. English only. Yep, low effort VR game. See if this page is going to open. And if it isn't, we'll just move on to the next thing. We have a game on Steam here called Vampires Fall Origins, which is already rated very positively. This looks like a dungeon crawler game, somewhat like Darkest Dungeon. Maybe even a little bit like Diablo, with maybe just a Diablo overworld look. It looks very much like Diablo as an overworld, and then more along the lines of a Darkest Dungeon style game. Well, since I don't want to play an Activision Blizzard game, Vampires Fall Origins might hit the spot. Let's see, it's $10.39, which is relatively cheap, although there is some kind of cheap graphics in some of the characters. Like, I could see if they repolished these images, it would be better. And they say it's like Skyrim, bunch of language, says it has full audio in English. I think that might be better. New balancing. There's no player versus player, so, and no in-game chat. With asterisks, we might add this later. So, this game is a mobile crossover, boring, slow, in my opinion, not worth it. So this is one of those games where we need more reviews to check, and give it 6 months and see. But I'll put this on the follow list. You know, making a mobile game with an overworld like Diablo and then a tactical fighting would be a good idea. If this is a mobile game, at least they were doing it right, instead of trying to just directly copy Diablo style of clicking with the mouse and direct mouse control onto a cell phone, because that really wouldn't work. You'd just be tapping your screen non-stop. Or you would, I always took it that if you were going to try and port something like Diablo, you would have to just have it auto attack people, and you would click to go in a direction, or you'd have to give controller support only on the cell phone, which you really can't sell a game that demands you have a controller. Moving on, we have a game on Steam here called Another Dawn, which looks like it might be an asset flip survival game, but there's a lot here visually, so I'm kind of willing to put this on the follow list just because there's a lot of polish here. course, it will always boil down to how well this is received by other people. I'm not willing to buy a game like this sight unseen, effectively. This is discounted to $13.49, which makes it seem like it might be a good game. English full audio with a bunch of other language support. Yeah, Another Dawn might be something. Although, it might also be that you'd do better playing something like Dead Island Riptide, which isn't even a good game, but looks very similar to those screenshots. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article here. Seal Fledge is a unique take on raising kids in the future, which I think we'd seen this game before, or I've seen this game before. Seal Fledge, a daughter raising simulator, is like a half kind of visual novel, choose your own adventure daughter raising game, and then half weird RPG experience, because you get into kind of these fight mechanic type things that you really wouldn't expect. It's definitely interesting to think about playing a child raising simulator, because the only ones that I have seen up until this point are the Princess Maker series, which are Japanese daughter raising simulators from like the 90s, and they've been re-released, and I would like to cover them at some point, but it's not like there's been a lot of variety. I know that there's some game that was like on the PS2 where you raised a like robot boy, and that's about it. Like most game players not interested in raising children, or can't really relate to raising children. TechRaptor has an article here, screenshot survey, new month, new games. So there's some screenshots on some games that are in development. I'm not sure it's super useful to see screenshots for games that are in development though, and very possibly will never come out, or will come out a long time from now. So here's the game Seal Fledge, a daughter raising simulator on Steam. I can kind of prematurely put it on the fall list and see. The concept is slightly interesting, but there's no guarantee here that it's really going to be good. This is potentially one of those games that pushes for a lot of hype before it's released, and then immediately gets forgotten or turns into a disappointment because it doesn't in any way satisfy. And I'm not sure what a satisfying child raising simulator game even looks like. The Princess Maker games in particular were pushing you to play the game a lot over and over again for every single ending, and it's unlikely that anybody really spent that much time to get every single ending without cheating. Next, we have a game on Steam called Awesome P2, which looks like it's a Game Boy aesthetic, but I will at least give it the benefit of saying that they zoomed out the screen and went with a higher resolution, so it's not a tiny Game Boy screen. It's still black and white, and I just don't get making games that look like this. The green scale or gray scale, I guess it's green scale, really. Just make your game color. If you love Game Boy games, make a Game Boy Color game at the very least. This nostalgia at best should be a filter, not the default. This is $4.24. Has 25 levels. It's English and Russian, which makes me suspicious. And see, here's the problem: is this actually looks like this is probably a good Game Boy game if you have nostalgia for Game Boy games. But I'm still totally not willing to play it because of the fact that it's not in color. So it doesn't make it to the fall list. Let's see. Next, we have a game on Steam called Arranged, a visual novel walking you through the traditions of arranged marriages in Turkey, which I don't know if this is supposed to be a like pro or con type story. I imagine it's probably a little bit pro arranged marriages in Turkey. 89 cents and English only. The thing about games involving Turkey or surrounding Turkey, there's been very few, but I don't think I would want to have to let's see, what was that statistic that they just said? Let's pause this. It says, according to the Turkish Statistics Institute, 47.8% of Turkish men and women have arranged marriage with consent. 14.8% of women and 9% on men, on the other hand, had an arranged marriage without consent. Well, I think at that point, the fact that this number is not 0 and this number is not 0 tells you all you really need to know, that arranged marriages should not be allowed. But that's pretty much what I would have to say if I was to play this game over and over again, and I would just be beating a dead horse, honestly. I'm not sure I even really believe in marriage, let alone arranged marriage. So take that for whatever you want to understand. TechRaptor has an article here. Toadman Studios announces a new game called Evil v Evil, which apparently is a series. I've never heard of it though. Let's see if we've got like a minute teaser trailer. Guy smoking with flame around him. An assassin. Blood. Yeah, it's a teaser trailer, certainly. Yeah, this is one of those articles that doesn't tell you anything about the game because it isn't out yet or anywhere close to being out yet, so it's basically pointless to even read. Next, we have a game on Steam called 36 Apples, which looks like it's probably a artsy puzzle game to find 36 apples, if I was to guess. This game is going to kind of boil down to the price. If this is like $2.99, sure, I'll put it on the follow list. If it's $11.99, no. It's also on itch.io. Well, actually, it's in the weird position in which it's free, so I'll just say if you want to play 36 Apples, it's free. There's no in-app purchases or anything. I don't need to review a free game. So that won't make it to the fall list, and that leaves us with just a couple more things to do. Next, we have a game on Steam called Grim and Tonic Aperitif, which says it's an RPG adventure. Looks to me like it's kind of more of a visual novel, because that's all I'm seeing is screenshots, probably real world screenshots, and then a very flat black and white characters. $4.24 is probably too much for this game. English only, no full audio. I certainly would be more willing to play any visual novel if it had full audio and I didn't have to read out loud the whole thing. It seems super simplistic though, so I'm gonna pass on this one. And that brings me to the Humble Bundle. Let's see if there's any new Humble Bundles. It's pretty much all I need to really focus on. And then it seems like there is no new Humble Bundles. So then that will take me back to my Twitter account. And scroll down my Twitter account. Let's see. The Wonderful 1 remastered for Switch, PC, and PS4 Kickstarter campaign apparently was just put up, and that would have been Platinum Games. Supercell sinks $1.1 million into the fledgling Swedish studio Wild Games. Supercell being a major player in mobile games. We'll just mention that, not bring it up. We'll ignore any more games that came out because we'll just talk about those on Wednesday. All I'm really looking for is any really important bits of news to cover before we end the stream. We've gone late today, probably 3 or 4 hours. I wouldn't even be surprised if we went 5 or 6. Let's see. TechRaptor has an article here. Pandemic's Epic Games Store giveaway has been moved to a later date because they don't want to be giving away a game right in the middle of a potential actual pandemic. Let's see, what else have we got? Seems like the Wonderful 101 Kickstarter was funded very, very quickly. Fire Emblem Heroes, I didn't mention this, is adding a $9.49 monthly subscription pass, and people are not happy about that from what I hear. So it might be that the Platinum 4 teaser website has nothing to do with the Wonderful 101 Kickstarter, and they're actually releasing 2 things, but I wouldn't guess that. I'd assume the 2 are the same. Let's see. Fall Guys developer Mediatonic is going to open a new UK studio. Well, I guess if you were in the process of thinking about opening a UK studio and then Brexit happened, you either knew it was going to happen or you didn't care, or you had to do it anyways. It seems like Xbox has added one-handed options with the Xbox Adaptive Controller. I'm not sure if Minecraft has added one-handed options, it seems. But this might also be the Minecraft educational version. The game streaming Rainway Xbox One app has been removed at Microsoft's request, so I don't know what Rainway was. NIS America has its PAX East lineup. We'll talk about that on Wednesday. Master Bladesmith is a game that has come out on Steam. It's probably nothing. Come on, tweets. Let's see. Astrobot developer Nicholas Doucette to lead Sony Interactive Entertainment Japan studio. That shows just how much Sony, the parent company Sony of Japan, has lost control of Sony Interactive Entertainment, which is the PlayStation division. They clearly have lost control or didn't care and gave away control, and now it is only Western people running the PlayStation. And I guess we'll see when the PlayStation 5 comes out and what that lineup is like, and whether they have anything of interest as far as exclusivity or focus on certain types of games. It might be the right move for Sony, but I would say that typically Sony, regardless of whether they're doing, whether it's Sony movie department or Sony PlayStation departments, they seem to be seem to not be very good. Still scrolling down. Must have been streaming for a very long time. I actually can pull up my timer, which I basically don't even use. Yeah, it's been 5 hours and 6 minutes. Yeah. And I'm not breaking up episodes anymore, so this is just going to be one super long video that airs on a Friday or Saturday or Sunday. I think probably Saturday and Sundays only, after kind of in the next few months. That's where I'm going with this. Yeah, 4 hours ago. Took me that long to get back to the tweets I'd already seen. Alright, well, that's going to be it for this stream. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and watch every second of my videos. If you want a friend or follow me on any social media sites, there's a whole bunch of links down below in the description box. And if you want to support me further, there's a link to Patreon, or you can friend me on Steam and gift me a game off my wishlist. Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.